Hello everyone and welcome to the qualifiers for the Polytopia WORLD CHAMPIONSHIPS 2026. Hundreds of players are going to be playing thousands of games over the coming weeks to decide who is the Polytopia World Champion live in Stockholm. But getting a little bit ahead of myself, I am Laith. I was the host, just you can see there, of the 2025 edition, and I'm joined today by I Know Funny, who was the fabulous cast, or one half of the fabulous cast team. Look at that, we've got our merch. These shirts were handed out to everyone who attended, so if you have one, you're part of the lucky few. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm I Know Funny. I've been a competitive player for years. Just really excited to be here, walk through Yadakk today.
Nice. Well, I mean, hey, we've already revealed what the tribe is today. We had Yadakk. We have Yadakk this week. Last week we had Kickoo. But what is all this? What is the Polytopia World Championships? How do the qualifiers work? Let's go over the tournament. Please take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now we are in the very first round of things. We're just deciding who is going to be the tribe champions. Polytopia has wonderful 12 human tribes, and we are ensuring that the most qualified representative of each tribe can go ahead and play them in the face-offs and eventually the World Championships in Stockholm. So right now, second week, go through every tribe, a little tournament, see which player is best able to represent that tribe, who's going to be the strongest Yadakk player today. And then once we have that for all 12 tribes on September 20th, that's when the face-offs begins, where we'll cull that number from 12 players and 12 tribes down to 8 who will participate in the World Championship Finals on October 10th.
And as we said, that is going to be a live event. Players are going to be playing in person. We had a fantastic time last year. It was honestly one of the calendar highlights. But as you say, we have a lot of tribes to get through. So let's see what those tribes look like. Here we go, a full roster. Like I said last week, we had the Kickoo tribe. Do you have a personal favorite from this list?
I mean, we're casting Yadakk today, so I think I'm going to say Yadakk, but you can ask me again in a couple weeks and it might change.
That was exactly what I did last week, by the way. I picked the one we were talking about. I mean, personally, I'm a Luxador guy myself, but hey, that's just because I'm looking forward. In fact, speaking of last week, why don't we quickly go over what happened in the Kickoo qualifiers. We can see that we had the quarterfinals, we had the semifinals that we casted. We saw the matches between Mr. Bomb himself, still not sure how to say his name, Livin McLovin, then also Mythic RNG versus Big Dictator Bossman. And then the finals, a 2-1 victory for Livin McLovin, which was a reverse sweep, a bit of a comeback story there. And in fact, Big Dictator Bossman, you'll see in the bracket today in the quarterfinals. We'll go through that in just a second, because like you said, it's the Yadakk tribe. So why don't you take us through who the Yadakk are? What makes them special?
Yadakk's a very special tribe. They start with a couple extra stars and the roads technology. They're all about, creating those expansive empires, a bunch of different cities. They have, I mean, objectively, and I know it's an opinion, but objectively the best tribe music in the game. Do a poll, ask anyone, just use your own ears, listen. And of course, go for the likes, dislikes, hate the Ven gear, as we all should. Fantastic tribe, wonderful theming.
Well, they hate market manipulation, swindling, and crypto scams as well. Something which you told me off camera, you're in favor of all of those things, so I'm sort of surprised.
Well, that's why I didn't mention them right now.
That's understandable.
By the way, I know coin.
Yeah, you can't shill a live coin. Now
I really hope there's not an I know coin out there.
I really hope not, otherwise you give them free promotions on our air. Like you said, we have a lot of people that participated in this qualifier, and we're down to just the final ones. Let's take a look at the bracket now and see how that has held up. You can see in the quarterfinals, Big Dictator Bossman did actually get defeated. It's worth mentioning at this point that you at home right now can join any of these qualifiers. Well, a little bit late on the Yadakk side of things, but for all of our future tribes, you can get involved. If you're sitting back at home thinking, this is easy, I could do that. Maybe we'll be talking about you in Stockholm live. Anyone is free to qualify. And as you can see, Big Dictator Bossman has attempted to qualify for the Yadakk, even though he hit the finals last week as well. So open to all. But let's focus on the people who didn't get left behind. We have first up Oplix versus Ram Dingler, as well as Meisterlamper versus, and we'll see very soon because that quarterfinal is actually still ongoing. In fact, do you want to tell me a bit about Oplix? Because you told me something quite interesting before we started this.
Yes. Well, Oplex might be a name that's not familiar to a lot of people who just watched last year's broadcasts and everything, but he was participating in some of the earlier round qualifiers. He has a very notable feat to him, actually. One of the strongest Polytopia players of all time, Quoric, was probably the most dominant player in like the period that he was dominating. He decided, took a few years off the game, but saw the hype about the World Championships, came back, and in his very first round in the qualifiers, he was paired up against Oplex, who went ahead and defeated him in that and permanently retired, who many consider to be the GOAT of Polytopia.
Well,
so quite the feat there.
Like you said, he permanently retired the GOAT of Qualifier, and that still wasn't enough to get him all the way to the finals live. I mean, I've never met him. If I haven't met him, then it means that he wasn't good enough to get all the way through. Maybe that'll all change today. We are going to go to the live game in just a moment. Oplex versus Ramdingler. Ramdingler, a player that came up quite a lot of buzz last time in the qualifiers. Do you think he's going to go all the way this time?
I mean, I really hope so. Like, the thing about Ramdingler is that he's like 6'4", like pure muscle. Like, we need to see him on camera, basically. Okay,
so we have no biases, but you have a personal preference. A muscled 6'4" man. No, that's fine. Absolutely. Look, we've all got to support someone. Now, so do you think that Ramdingler is going to beat Oplex, is what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, like, in the, department of, like, who's been playing the game longer, who's been, like, playing more competitively. I mean, like, Ramdingler's got, like, the edge basically on everyone throughout the tournament. He qualified for Kickoo last time just to, like, take a slot away from someone else. He didn't want to qualify and then just left, apparently. He's a very strategic mind, like, to achieve what he wants. Like, he 2-0'd his opponent, too, the first round.
I mean, he also didn't show. He was a no-show for the last week because he said he'd rather try and qualify for a different tribe. And we're seeing that here today. He is committing to Yadakk potentially going forwards. Would you say that's a stronger pick for him in terms of how you think he plays than perhaps the tribe we saw last week of Kickoo?
I mean, he did make it to the face-offs last year with Kickoo, expecting to see a little more like watery maps, some continents, archipelago. And he decided, on lakes, it didn't really work out for him. He did play a very good series against Meister, but was ultimately defeated, knocked out of the tournament there.
Well, talking
really
about Meister,
probably.
By the way, sorry about that, because this is something we haven't mentioned yet, and we definitely need to. Meister was someone that was in the finals. That's it. It's someone we met in person. Someone who went all the way. So we have an incredibly stacked, I would say, talent pool to draw upon today. You're talking about Ramdingler, you said no one has more professional experience. Meister was tipped to go all the way to the finals of the finals and was defeated slightly earlier on. So we'll see. Last week we had Le Liberateur went out in the qualifiers. We didn't even see in the semifinals. He was a representative. He was one of the top 8 players in the world according to the championship qualifiers, and he didn't make it. Perhaps showing, I would say, this time around we have maybe a more in-depth talent pool. And again, you at home could join that talent pool. If you are perhaps, like we said, coming out of retirement, shaking off the old iPhone, making sure you're ready to go. Who knows? I'm surprised you didn't compete.
Me? Really?
Yeah. Well, it's time to get going. As the game starts, I will throw it to you just a second so you can tell us about the opening moves. Remember, this is a best of 3, so no matter who wins this one in front of us here, we will see them again. Perhaps a reverse sweep. The game is going to get going in but a second. We'll see. Now,
have been running down the clock here. 20 seconds left yet to make the opening move. It feels like it's just a road to the center. Yeah.
There we go. Now, do you want to quickly explain about the timers?
Yeah, so we've got the players' in-game timers set up. You can see them down the bottom corners there, how much time they have left on their clock. It's an incremented clock, so after every turn, they'll get a little bit of bonus, depending on how many units in the cities they have. But it keeps counting down, keeping the pressure on them to play fast, fast, fast. And only has an hour to complete.
One thing I'd like to add on to that as well is, given the feedback that we're constantly collating each week as to how we should structure these championship qualifiers, people wanted to see the current number of stars as well as the star income. So we've revived, or I should say rethought, the UI to make sure that we have all the relevant information on screen just for you at home. So if you have any further requests, make sure that your will is known. Now, tell me, this is a very small map, obviously, in front of us here. How are you feeling about it? Who do you think has potentially the better spot? Who would you be rather playing as in this moment? Oplix in red or Ramdingler?
It's an interesting spawn for both players. I mean, they are doing, some classic Yadakk things, similar strategies, road towards the center, go ahead, pick up organization. But the big thing for Oplix here is that he's got 2 villages that he's just captured, as opposed to Ramdingler, 1 village, 1 ruin. The ruin's also in a place that it's a little difficult. I mean, yeah, if you get a veteran swordsman here, like separated by water like that, not the best start for him. But he's making the best of it with this different kind of strategy. We're seeing a workshop for Ramdingler versus the Explorer over on Oplix's side. Going to bring them to the same income, and I expect to see maybe a road plus fruit to upgrade workshop on the other city next turn. I think Oplix goes ahead, picks up another workshop here. He can pick up 2 workshops with road and fruit after he got that lighthouse population in the Explorer in the north. But Oplix just has access to more villages, and they seem to have pretty equal access to the water as well, so I'm definitely favoring Oplix's side here.
Pulling it back a little bit, you're talking about roads. What are the benefit of roads? Obviously, it's a core part of Yadakk strategy, given given they're sort of set up for it. But talk to me.
Yeah, there's the simple version of roads, and then there's the PhD version of roads. The simple version is it can double the movement of any of your units. You got your warrior, go ahead, place it on a road, moves 1 tile, suddenly it moves 2 tiles. And this helps him out in expanding early on, picking up a ton of different villages everywhere. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see branding.
I say we do see an Explorer pop. Do you want to explain what an Explorer is?
Yeah, so you see Explorer going ahead running around the map, picking up some vision all around. And a very good Explorer pickup too. I was expecting a workshop there, but this one's going to go ahead and pick up that Northern Lighthouse, or another population on the capital. And after Melix, he has the stars to go ahead upgrade his capital. And now Ramdingler's got a very good start, can afford that extra road to pick up that village in the north. Oplix, using the meeting stars that he gets from Ramdingler here, has to decide what to do after Ram moves into his vision at the very end of the turn. He's kind of pressed for choice. Like, he has too many villages to move out to right now. But, I mean, just get some more units. He might go into riders just to try to make that a little faster to get all the villages he's after.
And why would he want to get the villages?
Yeah, I mean, more villages you have, the more income. They're all producing some stars every turn. And the big thing here I'm seeing for him, he's already got 3 villages. He's got, you can see the 4 to the south and the north. But as soon as he gets 6, the magic number is going to be 6 for us. He's going to be able to go ahead and pick up his Grand Bazaar monument, which is a pretty good sign that you are, accomplishing something.
What does the Grand Bazaar do?
It's just a monument, like several other tasks that will give you a monument in this game. Give you extra 3 population anywhere you want to place it. So you often see a player will use that to go ahead, pick up a giant on their capital, very strong unit to chuck at your opponent. Or they might just pick up some more stars on a level 2 to level 3 upgrade. But it's a really versatile thing that can, fit into your game plan. It's just universal benefit to you.
Good things, basically, yeah. So we have 3 cities to 2 here. And Ramdingler going to take it a little bit of time, as we saw Oplix do at the start. What do you think he's thinking? What are his sort of routes in front of him?
So he's got 1 and maybe 2 villages, likely 2, but not guaranteed, behind him. As well as he's got the village that he's standing on the north and the one he's about to stand on southwest. So Ramdingler will have his 6 villages, where Oplix might have 8. But both of them should get that Grand Bazaar, which will help them catapult forward in any game plan they have. I think what Ram's really looking at is when he gets into the water. Just because of where this lake is, cutting through the whole middle of the map, the fight that they're going to have will be on the water. So Ram's probably thinking about when he gets fishing. Might even be looking at markets and trade. Maybe explain those. It's a very late game thing. So, I mean, where we are right now, early on in the game, usually not looking at markets just yet. So, I mean, Yadakk's kind of flipped just because they start off with roads. They have quick access to markets, trade stuff like that. What they don't have is the tier 3 technologies that you need to get markets to start working in the first place. But we are still a ways away from markets because, I mean, yeah, I'm expecting him to go into the water first, but that is an alternative game plan he's got.
He's found a new city now to take the count, well, to sort of keep pace, really.
Oh.
Lots of little villages around.
Yeah, very disappointing village location. If it was a tile northeast of where it is, there could have been another village further to the west. But with where that village is placed, there cannot be another village. So instead of the 6 cities and Grand Bazaar that Ramdingler might have been hoping for, instead he only has 5 back there, no Grand Bazaar. So pretty big setback.
Seems to be both
Nothing you
players
can't
are
come back from, though.
settling in a little bit here to sort of just build up their own. Obviously, like you say, I think water access, would I be correct in surmising, is going to be the thing that's going to decide this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've got pretty similar water access. Oplex might have a little bit better just with those villages to the south. But really, like, the number of port spots don't seem to be a huge limiting factor. It's just going to be how they do it and, like, what they're pushing in. And I think Oplex, just for having a great number of villages off the bat, I don't know. I feel like he's got some things going in his favor here. We're going to have to see something pretty creative from Ram. He does have that veteran swordsman.
Mm-hmm.
There is a move we have in the future, maybe like a rider or something, and using that veteran swordsman to go ahead, take out that village through the mountain if he buys, Frimdinger buys climbing. But so far that veteran swordsman's been running away from the mountain instead of towards it. So we might not see anything happen like that.
We'll take this moment just to say as well, we're not seeing each player spend all of their stars on their turn. What is something that a player could save up for? Why would you not spend your stars all immediately?
I mean, really they're just looking at picking up the most economic upgrades right now. Some things like, you know, if an upgrade costs 4 stars or 5 stars to get a workshop or explorer, there's no real reason to go ahead and spend stars on like a couple extra warriors on a turn. And we are seeing Ramdingler make a play here. He's got the lighthouse in the west and then a fruit, and he can go ahead and pick up a level 5 capital that will get him a giant as well as a monument. So he might be first to that ahead of Oplex, but yeah, Oplex is going to be able to... He is able to pick up his Grand Bazaar this turn if he connects that Northern City of Roads.
So
this is the kind of thing that you're saving for. Like 3 roads, 9 stars. Yeah, he's got to think about if he wants any technologies before capturing these 2 villages. Maybe fishing.
Well,
I would not...
a little bit lighter on time than his opponent. Yeah, there you go. Fishing. Does go for fishing. You were starting to say I would not. Is that a move that you disagree with?
Yeah. Oh, I think the fishing, there's a lot of reasons that it makes sense. I mean, he's going after this explorer here. But the thing about fishing is that it seems like it's delaying you on some other things. Like, been able to go ahead and, you know, just get his Grand Bazaar this turn. You know, run, like he's a star short after the moves he made. Of, you know, sending the 3 roads up to the north. If he connected that northern village, used the Grand Bazaar in his capital, he would have picked up a giant there and started sending that into the water. The cost, like the change in cost of fishing after capturing the cities is very negligible as it's a lower tier technology. But this is still a very strong move. Like he's advancing his objectives. It is a question of technique, which there is an objectively correct answer of how this will play out. But it's not something either of us have had time to calculate.
Is that just a fancy saying that we don't know what's going on?
It's a fancy way of saying, like, it's going to get tactically complicated with how much will it matter that he's, like, a turn later on getting his giant into the game. Mm-hmm. And it might not at all, just for the fact that, you know, Oplex focusing on his economy, which you can do that when you have more villages, can play, like, soundly and defensively. You know, just let the position play itself for you. Ramdingler is going to be, behind on the village count. He's got to do more work to make it work for him.
I mean, eventually one of them has to win, though. So do you want to quickly explain this game mode and how to even win? Like, what do these players actually have to do?
Yeah, so the very beginning of the game, if you recall, they started off with only the one capital city. And the couple ways you can identify it, if you see Ramdingler's perspective right now, that central city chaos, it's got the little crown icon by it. It's underlined. A few ways, the devs made sure that you can identify where that all-important capital city is.
In case you lose your
It's
capital.
like a checkmate in chess. You take the king, game's over. So instead of capturing every single one of your opponent's cities, as soon as you take that capital from them, you are victorious.
So we'll have to see which of these players can do that at the end of the day. That is going to be what's going to decide it. Let's see, a little bit of population there.
Yeah, and this is probably what motivated Oplex's fishing decision and probably made it better than getting the giant a turn early. Just by connecting with ports instead of spending 9 stars, like half of his income, on some road connections for the Grand Bazaar. He can also save the monument, go ahead, place it somewhere else. He's going to have a second monument. He's going to get his Grand Bazaar here. And then after getting this giant, he has his Park of Fortune as well. So with 2 monuments, and then maybe he gets an Eye of God as well if this Explorer goes his way, and he set it up with some other Explorers.
Damn, there we go.
There we go, yeah. That's the 4th lighthouse, so Oplex is now sitting on 3 monuments. Which is, he can get a giant in a variety of his cities. It's a
Do you mind explaining
choice
what a
really
monument
right now.
is?
It's a little guy, achieve some task, whatever else. You can go ahead, drop it on any of the tiles, get 3 population. He's sitting on 3 of them, so I'm imagining he wants to, like, drop 2 of them on this Umerk city for a giant, maybe. Maybe in the north? No, he's going to hold on to all of his monuments. I'm a little surprised. Sometimes you'll see players do this. They want to save their monuments if they're afraid of getting sieged. That way they can use the population to push out a giant and save their city. But I don't see any imminent danger of getting Oplex getting sieged here.
I think we're a little while off of that. I will say, in case people were wondering, because I saw some questions about this previously. They said, well, couldn't a player get an advantage by simply watching the stream? It's worth noting that we are on a 10-minute delay. So if you have any questions for us, we'll try and answer them, but we will be 10 minutes behind to make sure that no player gets any advantage. As a scout takes into the water and begins to sort of pepper one of those units there. What do you think of that move?
No, this is so there are 2 lakes on this map, yeah. There's the one up in the north, one down in the south. And Ramdingler's trying to get himself established down in that south lake, and it's difficult. Just look at the access to different port tiles, right? Ramdingler has that 1 port that he can make down there, and Oplex has not even 7. He has access to 7 ports he can put down there. So right now, Ramdingler is trying to get himself established. He's putting his giant, getting his giant from his capital set up to go into the northern lake, while he puts the scouts down in the south. I mean, it's easy because the ranged units are unopposed right now. Just go ahead, pick up some damage on your opponent. No, you're not putting yourself at any risk at all. You're making it difficult for your opponent to get established in the water. The thing for Oplex, though, is that he's going to be able to just keep pumping out more and more units into the water eventually. He's got to get his ports established first. Yeah, there we go. 2 monuments down, and the second giant from Oplex, and he's aiming it at this southern lake.
It looks like he's not content with allowing Ramdingler to sort of control it, like you were saying. Puts it... Well, it looks like he's going to put it in the water. Here we go. Now... It does look like a bit of a dearth is opening up between the 2. Look at the score, look at the stars, income, look at the city count, look at the units. And it might start to be a tricky one for Ramdingler. But like we've seen before, it can all be turned in the blink of an eye if you do make the wrong move. I think Polytopia is definitely one of those games where it's still your game to lose at the end of the day. Especially if you're in a more dominant position. And oh, he's going down to the last 15 seconds. We can get a little timer run out. Or maybe. Ah,
This is
not
the
quite.
thing we've seen. Yeah, like even at the beginning of the game, Oplex has been the one, the timer's been controlling Oplex, whereas Ramdingler's been the one in control of his timer, yeah?
Do you think that that is Oplex perhaps overthinking, or do you think it's him being confident with time management?
Ooh, I think it makes sense for him in the position he's in. Like we've seen, like the way he's been playing, it's very solid. Like he's not trying to make any like crazy moves or anything.
Rambling has sort of taken first blood here. Takes out a unit that was just sort of casually minding its own business on that lake. It looks like he's going to try and contest that that sort of lake.
Expecting we see this swordsman go for a siege down in the south with a couple of roads. We've got, the 2 roads, and then the scout will go ahead, shoot, and prepare the siege down
Interesting. Okay.
Swordsman siege.
What do you think of that move? He's going to try and take a city right from underneath Oplex's nose.
It was a very good move, but there was a problem in the technique, unfortunately. He needed to block those port spots, because right now, what Oplex can do is place 2 ports on those water tiles, grab the fruit, and use his Eye of God monument. And he's not, he's going to go after farming instead of the 2 ports. So it wouldn't have mattered regardless, but he gave him more options than perhaps he needed. We're going to go ahead and see the push with the farming now instead of 2 ports. But this is just what we were talking about with sometimes players will save their monuments instead of using them immediately. So
do you want to talk me through what just happened there? Because that unit was obviously just immediately pushed out by that giant.
Yeah, so once we've seen it before, you get to level 5, you have the option to pick up a park, grab an extra 1 star per turn, or pick up that giant unit. The giant units are special in that you're getting sieged, or you have your own unit already on the village. You can go ahead and pump out a 2nd unit on the same turn. You can go ahead and save your city from getting captured by the opponent if you have no way to clear them, like we just saw there. Or it can give you a little bonus, like 2 units from 1 city on the same turn. But we're seeing it defensively here, and it's kind of difficult to see where Ramdingler's attack is. He's down 1 giant against Oplex's 4. Getting squeezed
Not
out.
good when you say it like that. And I will say as well, in terms of the poll on YouTube at least, the 52% of the audience have said that Ramdingler is going to be participating in the Yadakk Finals. So maybe an early upset, at least according to the audience here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a best 2 out of 3 series. And we are seeing some things that, okay, call me a Ramdingler Glazer, I'm sorry. But, just the clock management and some of the, questions of technique, like how we're accomplishing things in the game. I am giving the edge to Ramdingler.
Okay, so you think okay. Well, this game's not done yet. Let's not battle.
No.
I think to put it into plainly for those of you who are perhaps new to Polytopia, unfamiliar with it, the momentum is very much with Oplex. You can look at the top of your screen and see an income of 36 stars to 23 stars being the main driver of economy. You want to purchase a technology, you want to buy units, that sort of thing. Equally, Oplex has 17 units to Ramdingler's 11, as well as those Giants units, which are a lot larger. Having said that, it doesn't mean that it's curtains. So, with that in mind, what do you think Oplex should do now to see this game out, to make sure that they stay in this dominant position?
Yeah, I think there's a question of what he should do, and then the question of what I imagine he will do. And I think, honestly, they're pretty similar. There are some barriers he has to getting his navy fully established. Like, he needs to go ahead and pick up some technologies. Like, he would love to get ramming and then also shields. I was a little confused at the farming pickup because I don't think it's, not sure the best way it helps him. He's getting sailing right now, which will help him upgrade a lot of these rafts that he's been pumping into the water into scouts, like Ramdingler has. Help him out, give him some more units to attack with. I think we're going to see him eventually pick up those technologies, but in the meantime, I think he's going to play really conservatively.
Okay.
Like, he recognizes that he's got the lead in income, and he just needs to make sure that he isn't losing any of his villages. Use the Giants defensively, try to, like, if he can splash those 2 scouts with his Juggernaut here.
Do you want to explain what a Juggernaut is for people who might not understand?
Yes. When the Giant goes ahead and enters the port, it transforms into a new unit called the Juggernaut. Juggernauts work is really similar to the Giants, like big bulky units that you go ahead push your attack with, but they lack defense. They do not retaliate when they're attacked, even to melee damage. So you try to keep them away from your opponent and then splash with a bunch of support from your other units, which is what we're seeing Oplix set up just right now, picking up sailing and getting his first scout. But I mean, it's just the number of Juggernauts he has. It's difficult for Ramdingler to do some retaliation damage as much as he'd like to. We're seeing a possibility of maybe Ramdingler get some splash damage off on a port, try to damage the central Juggernaut as much as he can next turn. But with all of these scouts around, rafts around that can be upgraded into dangerous units. Star Ruin, wonderful way to start Ramdingler's turn.
So he gets a bunch of stars from that. I will say as well, following on from what you were talking about in terms of Oplix's time management, the more he has to do, the more units that have to be moved, the trickier I think that time management's going to become. So potentially hoist by his own petard when it comes to the number of units. But talk me through what Ramdingler should be looking to do here.
Yeah, Ramdingler's task is pretty difficult, but he started off, dealing damage to that Juggernaut. He's just looking for good trades, basically. And yeah, into construction, he's looking to pick up more Giants of his own. Right now he's got the 2, but he's picking up the 3rd. He's evening that Giant count, trying to push into the South Lake. And he's trying to take advantage of the fact that he has scouts, basically. How Oplix is, of course, getting his own scouts as well. Makes things a little more difficult. But Ramdingler is the one who actually has the units in the water right now.
Sends the second one in there off how would you say it, Iran? I don't know how you say that, but starts to... There you go. There are those favorable trades that we're talking about, that you were previously talking about. Do you want to explain quickly how combat works in Polytopia? Why do sometimes units do damage and sometimes they don't when engaged in a fight?
Yeah, so there is a damage formula which some players have memorized. But you'd have to be like the real loser to. I wouldn't.
You would never do that, would you?
Yeah, no. But in order to skip over the math, the basic point is that units have attack and defense values, and it scales with the amount of health that they have. So a warrior with at its full health at 100% is going to deal some amount of retaliation, whereas a warrior at, say, 50% health is going to just deal less. And better than that, a unit which you kill deals no retaliation damage at all. So it really favors the attacker, even if it's an even trade at the start, just by taking some chunk of their health and getting more attacks, you are able to go ahead and pick up advantages, like your units are going to deal more damage to theirs than they will deal to you, just by attacking first and attacking most. And you can see that despite having 12 units to 19, Ramdingler is the one who has killed 3 of Oplix's units, while Ramdingler has kept every single one of his units alive so far as well.
That's a commander I'd fight for.
Yeah, it's been very impressive fight for Ramdingler. We should see in not this turn. It doesn't look like. I mean, it's possible he could kill a scout down in the south, but yeah, next turn I'm imagining we're going to see Oplix pick up his first kill. That's just the thing about having all these more like a greater number of villages. Makes it easy for Oplix to get away with losing some of his units. Still has that advantage 19-12. I think we're gonna see a giant up here. Looks like we're angling towards that. A fruit and port. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and giant push. We see the warrior go ahead like that. I think there was a questionable technique there too. If he'd placed the port first, could have got that warrior into the southern port. If he'd placed the other warrior into the southwest one. Now you got a warrior outside the water when you really get in there. Oh, there we go. First kill. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade the scout down there instead of the other things could do. Stars.
Does look like advancing on all fronts here for Oplex. But like I said, here we go. 2-1. Doesn't look like he gets final little turns in there. So that's, like I said, that might be something for Ramdingler to exploit. The more cities, the more you have to do, the less time that you have per action in total, I'd imagine. Now, let's see. What can Ramdingler do? Gets another kill there. Takes out the scout. Oof. Big splash damage.
Difficult to move your scouts around where their juggernauts are. He wants to go ahead and move his scouts into this position because it's optimal for attacking, taking out Oplex's unit. But now he's made his own scouts vulnerable to an attack from this juggernaut when it moves in and splashes. It'll hit all the units in its radius. Ramdingler's got some stars left. He can train some units, but he's got this damaged raft up in the north. And Oplex was targeting this instead of trying to do more damage to the Juggernaut. Just because if you target those support units, the Juggernauts are a little easy to take out if they don't have the proper support. And with one single damaged raft up in the North Lake, really difficult for Ramdingler to make anything work here.
Ooh, it looks like he's going to try and hold that Southern Lake. Here we go. Oh!
Okay. Yeah, he's given Oplex this giant target. Move the Juggernaut west and pick up splash damage on all 4 of those units there. It will give Ramdingler the ability to counterattack with his own Juggernaut straight on, do a little bit more damage, but he's losing his supports down in the south, and it's difficult for him to really want to attack even and cover up his his single port spot on the next turn as well.
I think the next sort of 3 or 4 turns are going to be very crucial here for both sides. Oh, there you go. There's the splash damage. As you were anticipating. Let's see. Second Juggernaut into the water of these southern lakes now.
Yeah, and Oplex has a ton of stars. I think he's going to transform a couple of these rafts into scouts. Pick off the supports really quickly, and he can even start working on the Juggernauts in the Central Lake. And as soon as those Juggernauts go, I think Oplex's next move is to try to angle and get one of his giants to siege that central Aran city.
Well, I mean, we can see that there's a difference in income. The longer the game goes, the worse it's going to get for Ramdingler. Like we said, a conservative approach for Oplex might be best here, but that doesn't look like that's what he's doing. Instead, opting to slam directly into into Ramdingler's units here. I like that. I tell you what, I'm always more of a fan of action-paced games. I think everyone are. So we'll have to see what he can do here. Oh, another one. At what point is that overkill?
I mean, it's overkill. Like, it's kind of difficult to say if there's ever overkill. Like, you just, build your advantage as much as you can. I guess the only thing I could possibly say is it might be preventing him from picking up rammers, which might be more useful for his goals of taking out these juggernauts as quickly as possible.
Right, okay.
But, I mean, it's kind of hard to say. Like, he's got such an overwhelming force that he should be able to make this work with his, spamming scouts here.
Well, resistance is being slowly eroded in the southern lake. The northern lake looks to be set to be taken soon.
Yeah, got the advantage, like 3 juggernauts to 1 there.
Again, that timer is not his friend. 5 seconds left on the clock. Does pass it, so completes everything he wants to do. But let's look to the next game and the next game, well, next potential game, I should say. We are going to see another game after this, regardless of who wins. So it's a case of, does that time management play in? Do the nerves start to get to him? Because it's a one thing being a very good Polytopia player. It's another thing being a very good Polytopia player under the stress and conditions of tournaments, of being on the live stream, of having casters analyze your every move. And we saw even in the grand finals in Stockholm that can affect players very differently. Slimming Boy was someone that was able to get all the way to the final and frankly, cool as ice the entire time. didn't really care. Didn't even speak to me. So maybe he spoke to you. I don't know. Maybe I'm airing just a grievance there. But hey, answer my text sometime. Anyway, this is what I'm pointing out when it comes to Oplex potentially in the next game. Maybe the pressure gets to him. Maybe it starts to go more. Maybe it's the opposite effect. We just have no way of knowing. But there we go. Another 2 giants in. Ramdingler making a big play for the south. Maybe thinking about sacrificing that city in the east. I mean, what do you think the chances are that it tries to leg it all the way to the capital?
For both players, their capitals are pretty centrally located. And just because it is a big water battle, you know, boats fighting boats, like, in order to reach the capital, they've got to make it through the water first. So it seems like, you know, there's very little possibility of, like, some kind of a capital snipe, as it were. But yeah, Ramdingler took a big think there. He's confident in his ability to, you know, mechanically execute at the end of his turn.
It doesn't sound like he appreciated what you said and is trying to murder you.
Yeah, something like that. But
I know, keeping cool, calm, and collected, casting this game whilst currently under threat of intrusion and home invasion. But back to the game.
Shouldn't have shaved my home address into my cat. No one knows. But yeah, no, he's cool and confident. He comes up with a strategy of using rider roads. And okay, so this is something very interesting. You don't see it as much as you used to. But riders and roads are wonderful units for defending these kinds of pushes against boats. If your opponent tries to run up any of their boats against the land, your riders go ahead, pick up very favorable damage trades because all of these scouts and juggernauts are units that return barely any damage and take a lot because of their low defense. So he's trying to limit the tiles his opponent can attack him from, and simultaneously, if he sets up any kind of siege, these riders are useful in just attacking whatever pulls up. So he has pulled his 1 giant back. He put the 1 giant down in the southern lake, which it suggests that he's like calculated out that he can defend this middle village, even if this full health giant from Oplex goes ahead and sieges. Just like he has to upgrade 2 scouts in order to get it done, but I don't know. See, I don't think he has enough to actually kill the full health giant. It feels like a kind of bluff, and I'm wondering if Oplex is going to fall for it. Oplex, for his part, banked up a ton of stars on the last turn. He might be playing conservatively. He has no need. I mean, maybe it's the most precise technique to finish this game off as quickly as possible. But under time pressure, like, you know, 20 seconds left to finish this, and you have a very easy way to go construction, just pick up more giants, you know, let your advantage play the game for you. It looks like he might not go after that central siege, especially with only 10 seconds left on his clock here. We're going to see. Ramdingler's bluff, I guess, worked there. He saved his central city, and he's got time to trade more riders. He's also, you know, allowed himself access to the southern lake better with more juggernauts. He's the one who's, you know, picking up more damage in these trades. Like, if you see the 2 juggernauts there, one at 20 health versus one at 13 health, one at 40 health versus one at 27. So, yeah, well played, Ramdingler.
If he actually...
Still ahead on the kill count.
He could. I don't want to be that guy, but he could come back. This could be...
Yes.
This could be pretty huge.
No, crazier things have happened. Crazier things have happened in Polytopia.
I might be seeing one of those things today.
Yeah, he's got the ability to... He's got the population with the technologies he has to pick up another giant in that northern city. You might want to get border growth there, which would make the giant much more expensive, but give him access to more port spots. I mean, right now he only has like access to 3 tiles in which he even can place a port. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, the biggest weakness for him is definitely that central city. Archery. There we go. So the riders were good at dealing with any of these naval units that were adjacent to the land tiles, and the archers are good at dealing with any of the ones at even a tile further away. He's limited on his water tiles and like where he can make his ports, like what boats he can get. But he's using these archers to get that range damage for him instead here. to help him pick up some damage on some of these difficult to reach juggernauts.
Another giant in that
This one
southern lake,
juggernaut.
though.
Yeah, we're gonna see the riders in action now that this Oplex's juggernaut down there has moved towards the land. Should be easy to pick up that damage.
Ramming.
With the riders. And there we go.
Bang.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Just destroy those juggernauts with rammers. That's what Oplex has been saving for.
It's worth mentioning the juggernauts cannot attack back in that sort of circumstance there.
Yeah, they've got the special trait Stiff. No retaliation damage from the juggernauts.
They're just nice guys.
So I want to see where
Ooh.
yeah, pushes that giant west, takes out the archer, and now he's threatening a siege. Ramdingler does have the population to push his own giant up there. It's just going to cost him a ton of stars, and it does rely on him using that farm that Oplex is blocking right now. If Oplex continues to block that with another unit on the next turn, it might be very difficult for Ramdingler to actually pick up the giant there.
I mean, the
Also
unit
losing
count
out in the
is...
southern lake too.
The unit count's maintained double this entire time.
Yeah.
And as those counts climb higher and higher, it is perhaps even more impactful. I mean, what? Double from 2 to 4, as if it's a 2. 13 to 27, slightly bigger than that. Still running out of time though again, yeah, tell me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're seeing Oplex. He's at 9 units slain, which is another monument for him if he can get to 10. He has the ability to reach it, but probably not with 10 seconds left on his clock. We'll see that monument pop up next turn, I imagine.
See what he does here.
Dingler, how do you want to use these? He's got a lot to defend. He needs to defend in the middle. He needs to defend in the south. He needs to defend in the north.
That's everywhere, I think. It's not just... I think you can sum it up by... Try and list anywhere he's not currently defending. There we go. Archer goes for the giant. What's his next move? Let's see it. Yeah, what's he doing? Oh, Archer straight for the rammers.
Try to pick up as much splash damage as he can, but...
Good stuff.
He's sacrificing his juggernaut to do it. He's putting it in range of all these... rafts that are definitely going to become rammers next turn. But that juggernaut's going to disappear, and then Oplex has another 40 health juggernaut ready to replace the ones he lost. Head over to that west village and take over the south lake.
It's a big economic difference. 26 stars to 40 income.
Yeah, and Oplex is just ending his turn banking 21 stars too. What do you need to start a turn of 61 stars for?
Whatever he wants.
There's a monument in it for him if he is able to go ahead and pick up 100 stars at the start of a turn. So, who knows? He's gonna get to border growth here. No, population growth. And yeah, burn the forest. Convert it to a farm, and yeah, prevent the siege from even happening in the first place.
Good stuff. Again, Ramdingler is playing as sort of as well as you could expect, given the overwhelming force that he's sort of seeing. But now with a 40 stars of income, 61 stars banked, Juggernauts in the water, those rafts potentially going to become rammers. What is Oplex going to do next? What can't he do, realistically?
So, really, Oplex's big thing, his largest accomplishment so far, has been kicking Ram out of that northern lake. He has no naval units there. He is purely on defense. And that means he can just keep his units around there. His scouts are pretty unopposed. Ramdingler does have the archers now, but the archers are occupied dealing with the landed giant. So maybe it's a slightly tenuous, but it's keeping him out of the water. Wow. I was not expecting a move out with climbing. He's keeping his giant nice and safe. A little doorstop with the zone of control. Ramdingler's riders will not be able to run through the tiles in the immediate radius of that giant. So he's blocking him off from the north, blocking him off in the water in the center. And all he needs to do now is he needs to build up his naval units, maybe get some bombers or something that are out of range of Ramdingler, and then start attacking these units that Ramdingler is using to defend before he ultimately picks up the siege. Aquatism.
What does that do?
Okay. So there are some things will give your units a defense bonus. Like when you buy climbing, your units will get a defense bonus on mountains. Archery gives you a force defense bonus, and aquatism is that for all of the water tiles. You have 1.5. All of your units get a 1.5 times multiplier. Wow, on their defense. I guess Ramdingler didn't like that one either.
So he's just basically stretching his... Now, can I say this? Is he being too conservative?
I think so. I think he's had the opportunity to... If the only thing that's preventing his full health giant from getting this central city siege is the giant that Ramdingler has down there, make some scouts, take out the giant, shoot the archers, like drop a rammer in there or something, use the stars from aquatism to like buy those units, and then just get the siege in the middle of the map, and Ramdingler will probably resign. I think he could have, it's likely he could end this game. This is, more guaranteed, like there's less risk to this. Like a technical, like, terrible thing.
But like I'm saying, it does speak to a mentality. Like you said, is it not more effective to sort of blitz your opponent and push them versus constantly giving Ramdingler the idea that, hey, if in game 2 I get a horrible situation, I can take it to the wire. I can keep sort of grinding it out and seeing what we can achieve.
Yeah, I think it's to winning it works for game 1, right? But as per like game 2 and like the whole match, I think it's giving Ramdingler more confidence than was maybe necessary to give him in a game 1 that went like this. I think that's where Ramdingler is definitely the more experienced player. They're both experienced like tournament players, but you gotta give the edge to Ram there. Ram's close to picking up his own killer monument, his gated power there. I think the only reason I'm seeing that Oplex might be hesitant to go for a siege in the middle of the map is what's worse than getting giant pushed and losing your siege in the middle of the game is what's called a Houdini, a magic disappearing act, where if you block off all the adjacent tiles to a city and do that giant push that we saw earlier.
Oh, sorry, there's just a little bit of a siege there.
Yep. Yeah, and he's sieging with the warrior, not the giant, and I think it's the Houdini's the reason why. He's worried that Ram will have the population on that city to go ahead, giant push, block all the surrounding tiles, and that would make his giant disappear completely at no damage to any of Ramdingler's units. So Oplex is a little cautious about that, and fair enough.
Cautious
Oplex could be a big
sort of
swing.
Half of the course. Well, mind you, I think this caution is correct. If as you say, there's a chance to lose the giant in its entirety without any sort of trades or costs or anything else like that. Not really worth doing, is it?
No, yeah, it's a huge risk, and you don't want to lose this game. The stakes are high. Like, focus on winning the game first.
Losing this game with such a distinct sort of increasing advantage as well, we should say. I mean, there's a lot set up on Ramdingler's side, who's now shown himself to be someone that will fight to the bitter end. I mean, I think this is definitely one of the longer games we've had in qualifying. Usually they're quite swift when one player gets the upper hand and it starts out this sort of like grindy push. The other player tends to resign, so it does speak to sort of Ramdingler's tenacity. And that actually is worth sort of saying now that we have a time limit on these games. These games cannot go on for longer than an hour. If it does, then it goes to a judge to decide who wins, which, to be fair, in most games should be quite obvious. So that is sort of our contingency plan that I don't know if we'll have to use it, but if it becomes super grindy, we may get there.
Yeah, if anyone remembers face-offs from last year, the absolutely legendary 86-turn game that we got from it. But yeah, no chance of something as legendary as that happening again.
How long did that take?
4 or 5 hours for a game.
Yeah, given we have a maximum of 9 games, 4 hour of 9 games, that's 36 hours straight. That would be We'd have to do sleep breaks for both the casters and the players.
Yeah. Regulated nap times.
Yeah, just take a 10-minute nap in between. Right, border growth.
Oh. Well, okay, so this is very interesting. We're seeing border growth here. I think Ram might be looking into going into markets, actually. Picking up some income, trying to make a reverse, try to just change the momentum. He's not winning on the water, and I don't think he even has a chance of pushing back on the water. A chance of pushing back on the water for Ramdingler looks like having more port spots. He can't do it with only 2 port spots. And even if he gets to the 3rd, But what he can do is try to make something happen on land. If he has enough income, and he can maybe pick up some knights, some cloaks, somehow get them through. It's a really long shot, but more income is never going to hurt your chances of winning a game of Polytopia.
No. That income, to be fair, the income gap has closed a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm expecting after these windmills go up, those are the tier 3 techs we were talking about. We just need to see them, right off of roads. We've got access to markets. So maybe we'll see markets in a little better developed markets from Ramdingler. The problem with the difference in village count is if both players end up going for markets, you're limited to 1 market per city, so that's 8 markets Oplix to Ramdingler's 5. Even if Ramdingler's markets are a little more developed, might be producing less income and see that income gap grow even. Big thing about the income gap too is it's not like the 31, 32 stars to 44. Since this central city is getting sieged every single turn, we're seeing something worse for Ramdingler, down 7 stars, 6 stars every single turn. That's level 5 Explorer? I guess it's only 5 stars. But it is something he can defend. Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, the question is one of technique for Oplix here. If the kill shot is, dropping the giant on that city, but it's something he's worried about doing. It seemed like he was trying to make progress in the north when he landed that juggernaut up there, but he's delayed in doing that right now because of Ramdingler's own giant and the support from the riders and archers he has around there. So I wonder what his plan for that is. If he needs to somehow damage this giant, which is difficult to do just because of the limited water access to it. I think his big plan is probably going to be to get into knights. If Oplix can get his own knight going and break up this giant clump of Ramdingler's units and then actually land a siege, the game should go to him to be able to finally get that village.
Having said that, again, you have to say that Oplix is in a better position. We're going to have to see Ramdingler make a push here in the next sort of 10 minutes or so. It's not enough to sit in the defensive and not lose. You have to win the game. So these sort of hit and run tactics, they are very, very good at delaying. But we're going to need to see a push, maybe in the north, maybe in the south. We need to see a push. Ooh. A little bizarre there.
And that's the reason for the border growth.
But again, we're going to have to see something. So where can he attack? Where can he push in your mind?
I mean, Oplix has made it very difficult with, water everywhere. Again, I think Oplix has closed off the water to Ramdingler, but there is this little strip of land up in the north. Some possible way that Ramdingler can get a cloak through there and start attacking that city. I mean, a single cloak doesn't seem like it's enough, and I don't see the possibility of one, let alone a chain, but...
Sorry, Oplix is pulling back his rammers.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough.
Keeping him away from the archers.
He's just pulling back entirely. I mean, the unit difference has dropped to, only about 6. So it's not... And now the quality of the units is worth mentioning, but still.
Yeah, so... When I'm looking at this, there is he can improve his army still. Oplix can still make improving moves here. Like right there, he just bought strategy. Like he can get defenders in the water instead of warriors in the water, and they're just going to be units that have a little more defense, a little more health. But he's already unopposed on the water. I really think that he just needs to get a single knight down on that southern city and say, no, you cannot, put all these archers together here. Just threaten with knights in the north and the south, like you're able to. Like you gain space for by dominating the water. And then you can push for victory.
Tell me from Ramdingler's perspective, where does the push come?
So Bramdingler's trying to get a push. You just stop and identify what's like a city that I can take. What's his most vulnerable city? And you can see like there are, 3 obvious answers immediately. Like his capital is too far away. You're not going to reach that. But that one up in the north, the one by the mountain in more the center, and then that one far in the south. Those are the most obvious targets for Ramdingler. So you got to pick one of those cities and say, this is a city that I'm going to try to take from you. The north one is the most difficult for Oplex to defend here. But like the counterpoint to that is that it's the most difficult, like far away for Ramdingler to attack. And after he made that pretty decently committal decision, I don't think there was another way maybe, but it is limiting him now that he got population growth for his giant on that Eska city in the northwest. If he got border growth and had some ports there and could try to push something in the water, maybe he could have made some bigger push there. But he's locked himself out of the water. I mean, it's difficult to say that he would have even gotten to be able to get in the water anyways with border growth, but like now it's like for sure out of the question. So maybe the north city, and then of the 2 ones in the south, the one further south, if he gets like a knight or cloaks headed down that way. Cloaks are, tricky.
He does seem to be sending some archers down south, starting to make some sort of push. Again, Oplex completely withdrawing from any sort of attack here. Content just to sort of trade.
I mean, it's remarkable. Like, look at the number of units slain from both sides. Close to, like, half the city count, like 17 to 19. Like, Ramdingler is not giving up, like, these unit trades or anything.
Look at the income, the stars income.
Yeah.
It's mental.
Ramdingler's pulled ahead. He's got the market.
He's genuinely pulling ahead. Now, can he do enough in the next sort of 10 minutes or so to warrant a victory? That's going to be the question asked of him. Suffice to say, it does mean that going into the second game, you have to ask who is the momentum with. Has Ramdingler shown a side of himself by doing so much with comparatively so little?
Yeah, I think we might see him even... So there's no possible siege in the south, but like these archers, he's like really making it work. I mean, the problem with the markets play, it is a good play. It is benefiting his position, especially if Oplex wants to turtle up and let Ramdingler play on like this. But the question is, like, what is he going to buy with that income that's going to help him? And yet to be answered. We don't see the like what Ramdingler is buying. Like knights? Knights seem the strongest, but how does he use a knight here? I don't know a single unit in the game that gets Ramdingler an attack here. I do see a win condition for Oplex still, though, if he gets his own knight.
Absolutely.
If Oplex gets knights, yeah.
And then the nice thing is,
around the corner.
We leave it up to the judges, you know. So we don't have to make those sorts of distinctions. And Giant's starting to make a push here.
Interesting. Yeah, into all of the archers. I think. Why does he want the giant there? It's putting it on land gets you the ability to start attacking your opponent, but I guess it's a question of timing. You've pulled everything else back. Why push this one forwards?
I mean, just adding it to his collection. Also, you know, might as well.
Yeah. The other question I have is, if you're going after a city, why not take that central one from the water? Is he going after the capital? Seems absolutely like a little crazy to me.
Well, he's about to get peppered.
Some archers spray.
Here we go.
Some pew pew action, as it were.
A human shield, it would appear. All right, takes out scout north. Oh.
And these riders can take a ton of damage and then just heal it all off. Come back later. Yeah, so we are seeing free spirit into chivalry. So Ramdingler is looking at knights as his way to win here. That knight's in a tricky spot since it can get taken out on the next turn by Oplex. But Oplex has to, you know, commit some of his units. And Oplex saving up. Yeah, okay, he's going for navigation now. I guess he was just trying to get his bomber set up. Yeah, as soon as he gets wants the bombers, and I'm wondering when he's decided that he's done enough and he can go after the actual siege. Really. Rim's trying to make a push with these knights. He could get a siege in the south, depending on how Oplex plays this. But I doubt that Oplex, like, allows that knight to remain alive. Okay, so he does have the, yeah, he can transform this, he's going after the archers instead. With the archers gone, the potential for a siege on that city is too, but, I guess I am a little surprised that the knight's been given as free reign as it has.
Well, he has 5 minutes to make a play, yeah? We'll have to see. At that point, it does go to our expert judge, who will determine who is more likely to win should this game be played out to its absolute conclusion, based on, obviously, what we're looking at in front of us. So, with that in mind, that is going to be the criteria. Again, we have 5 minutes still. Will this game be resolved in the next 5 minutes? 3 juggernauts lining up on that city is crazy. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, a little attack in the center. With these bombers coming in, this is an alternative way to get at basically the same thing that knights accomplish. You're breaking up your opponent's units, making it difficult for them to ever Houdini you. I think, yeah, there's possibilities of you know, just getting a single one of the juggernauts onto that like farm tile southwest of the city, which would block the ability for them to Houdini. I mean, the problem with the Houdini thing is that Rimdingler's never had the population to actually Houdini him there. It's been an empty threat that Oplex has been a little paranoid of all game. But yeah, Rimdingler's going to go ahead after the bomber and not completely take it out. Leave it at 1 health, so a little ineffective. How does Oplex want to... Because I think he has to go for the siege. Rimdingler has a couple minutes left, which might take us to the hour threshold, so you might not get to see Oplex's next turn. But I have a feeling that Oplex should be going after the siege on this next turn. Upgrade one bomber that he can, you know, move in his other scouts, just deal as much damage as he can to all of Ramdingler's units. And Ramdingler gets a pretty decent chain. Would have liked it to go on further, maybe siege the city, but nothing to be done about that. Losing out on some of these units. The yeah, southern, now that he's actually got the, whoa. Oh, he's just going after the market, okay. Wondering if Ramdingler suddenly had more population up in that north city to get a giant.
He's sort of admirably clawed it back in the way of stars. But yeah, again, I mean, I don't think we're going to get a resolution until timer runs out. I think it's going to go to the judge.
No, absolutely.
There we go. So we'll have to see what they what is decided. Like I said, there is no like specific criteria beyond who would be most likely to win if it came to its natural conclusion. So that is going to be the sort of level. And again, it's going to be our first time. Like last week, we didn't have any sort of judge decision. So interesting. Does show that it is a bit hard fought, and does show merit in trying to get to the end. And we'll see how that impacts things sort of going forward. It does feel like Oplex never quite able to have the confidence to push forward despite an overwhelming giant advantage. I mean, how many giants is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
Yeah, against
107.
Rams too.
Yeah, and
I felt like
still,
he was going to use his rammer to go ahead and pick up a siege in the south, then siege with a giant in the center. And even if you get Houdini, just kill the giant, siege again. You can't Houdini you twice. He can't kill your giant.
He could Houdini him 4 times in a row, and he'd still have a giant or a giant advantage.
Yeah.
Still, it does feel like we are coming to the conclusion of this game very, very, very soon, unless my timing is completely off. And again, either way, no matter who wins, we are still going to be playing a further game. And then if it goes 1-1, it is, of course, best of 3. Then we'll be taking through the other semi-final before the final itself. This will decide who is going to be representing the Yadakk tribe on the world stage. Does the Yadakk tribe make it all the way to the grand finals of Stockholm? That is going to be a burden placed upon the winner. Potentially one of these two right here. So,
and the big thing for Oplex, finally see him sieging that central city.
Yep.
We know that Ram doesn't have the actual ability to Houdini there, even giant push. The question is, does he have the units to even kill this giant, like unsiege the city?
I think he does.
I feel like, yeah, I feel Oplex should have been a little more aggressive. Push his. Does he have a population for Houdini? Wait, does he have more monuments than I thought? Okay, his killer monument. Where's his windmill? Where's the last population? What did he get? Was there a fruit there?
There we go. Does in fact do it.
Yeah. A fruit that I didn't see or something?
6 to 3.
I've been making a little erroneous in some of my characterizations of what's going on here. But I feel like Oplex still has the ability to just, he has the units to kill this giant and go for another siege.
Yeah, you can keep throwing,
no possibility of
I mean, throw bodies at the problem, you know? I think that's something he has the ability to do. Is the manpower for. Even if he loses, I mean, we can see that they have been sort of going back and forth with the trades. But still, double the amount of units. Never really let go of that unit difference, even when the stars started to come more in line.
Yeah, Ramdingler's other thing is he's losing out. His unit count's been dropping pretty precipitously. Mm-hmm. It's one of the things, like games like this, you can go ahead, if you see under any of the cities, they have those little dots that indicate the number of units trained on them. And you can see Ramdingler City up north fully maxed out, but his other 2 cities, they only have like 1 or 2 units trained on them. Like any unit he trains in that central city will get taken out immediately.
There you go, there's the bombers taking out the giant in front of him.
Yeah, and just like we were talking about, you just drop bodies on the problem. Send in your giant in the north too.
You probably could have done this about 15 turns ago.
Maybe.
But I think that is going to bring us to the conclusion of the game very, very shortly, as we do hit our time limit for the first time in the qualifiers thus far. So Oplex will finish his turn, and then we'll go from there. A judge is making the decision, will make the decision on this one. And I'll reveal the winner very, very shortly. But this game is done. And we can see that Oplex takes game 1, going all the way to the timer end. Again, this is a decision made by an expert to see who would be the most likely to win if we let it go to its natural conclusion. And with everything we saw, with the overwhelming force that we saw, we do feel obviously very confident in giving that one to Oplex. But that's not where Ramdingler's journey ends. A very tenacious fight, I think. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. It was brawling for the most part. I mean, it's always nice to see, people pushing on the water like that. Got a lot of interesting technique in that game, and just like seeing Ramdingler's defense, like absolute marvel. Like, just peek into the players' minds. I'm really excited to see how the series continues now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get into the second game very, very shortly, both players going to reset, no time to recover. An hour-long game of Polytopia, and they're going to have to go right into the next one, and potentially even a third one. And that's just the first semi-final. So it does, like we said, play into the mentality of this player. Does fatigue start to creep in? Oplix, maybe frustration at not being able to finish off that game. Ramdingler may be able to rise to the occasion now, thinking, look, I can go toe-to-toe with this guy with a disadvantage for the best part of an hour. What's to stop me from pushing the pace a little bit more next time and taking the win? But it does go to show you do have to make the play. You can't. Being defensive isn't going to work in this format, and I think that's the benefit of everyone. Like we said, we didn't want another sort of 4-hour each time, otherwise we'd be here for 36 hours each week, and that's a lot of Polytopia, even for those of us who thoroughly enjoy it. So, what do you think that does to the mentality of Ramdingler here?
I think Ramdingler's got to be feeling pretty good about his chances. I mean, he's a little upset, but just seeing how conservatively Oplix played, he had a very dominant position that he was working with. And let's say, next game, even if he gets a dominant position, how dominant is it going to be? And is it something that Ramdingler can turn around and sweep? Maybe he won't have time just with like the hour limit to get some of the craziest things that we've seen in like the 4-hour, 5-hour Polytopia games, stuff like that. But like, definitely, if I'm Ramdingler, I'm feeling confident, I'm feeling good about my chances, I'm feeling good about the way I played, and that really that's all you can control.
Well, what is going to be under their control, obviously, is their actions in this next game, which the players are going to kick off any second now. Chaps, we are on a 10-minute delay, but it has been a pleasure to see your reactions as we go into Game 2. Right, let's see how these players start on this one. What are you doing? What are your first thoughts if you're playing as Ramdingler here? It's his turn right now. What do you think you're going to do?
Wow, so there was an interesting decision right there. Yeah, I mean, he's going fast on the clock. Does not want to be in a difficult position. Oh, same decision for Oplix here. He is presented with a ruin in the one place and a village in the other. He can go to either. And I imagine both players are going to go after the villages, just because that's what's going to give you your information about what resources you're working with. You see a lot of fruits and animals for both players. I imagine we're going to see organization picked up for Ramdingler here, just because that's going to get his capital level 3 with the roads, the fruits, the lighthouse, whereas he's one animal short. He might go hunting though. It's still possible to go hunting here, which would be nice to get him into archery. If he's anticipating like early confrontation with his opponent, and they are connected by land, but Ramdingler just doesn't know that yet. He's taking a little think here.
A little think. This is a lot of a think.
Yeah, especially for how fast, like zooming out those first few turns. It's even possible that he skips a technology altogether and just goes after another warrior on his capital to help him pick up that ruin. Wow. Yeah, skipping it altogether. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. This is a much more bold start.
Very bold.
I'm expecting Oplix to pick up the village, and okay, I'm interested that he picked up organization before. Okay, actually I'm not, since he only has fruits on his capital and second city, so not much of a decision there.
Worth noting that neither one of these players is going to know exactly where their opponent is at this time, so they don't know just how close their troops are at this point. I have to say, I think this one's going to be a little bit quicker than the last one, just given the proximity to one another. Again, just in those clouds up there in the north corner is Ramdingler, as you can see here. So I think it's going to get a little bit interesting. Yeah. Oh, there we go. He's seen. He knows that his opponent is right there.
This was always the plan, to go ahead with the capital upgrade with no technology. And then he can go ahead, pick up this. With the stars traded, now he can go ahead and pick up whatever technology he needs, get another upgrade. Also, like, get his road connections, like, help him out in getting onto that ruin. He set himself up to play more aggressively, and it's not hurting his economy after that star trade either. He's got more villages because Oplix went after the ruin instead of this village in the south, and it's just the way they're set up. But the swordsman is going to be very good for the defense. I think he's going to push it east, and then that'll line it up on the roads to connect to that southern village and send it north to help defend. So it could have been the opportunity to attack Oplex for Ramdingler. I think the swordsman is going to allow Oplex to defend pretty trivially. And then also, not counterattack, like actually siege a village, but be like a problem for Ramdingler to deal with.
So what do you think Ramdingler can do to potentially push the pace a little faster? You said it was a bold move you made before.
Yeah, it was bold to, like, it worked out perfectly, like, beautifully for him. It was the correct move, too. Just with the information he had, it was aggressive to not go after the upgrades. I think right now he needs to get his cities up past level 1, and then maybe he wants to go into... He bought something last turn, or yeah, Ramdingler bought Organization last turn. I think it felt possible for him to go ahead and pick up Hunting, and then with Hunting, like, go into Archery, and then use the archers to try to steal this second city from Oplex here. But that's still a possibility for him. Right now, I think he's going to just pick up his fruits and try to expand down to the southwest. If he wants to play aggressively, since he doesn't see the veteran swordsman... Wow! His own veteran swordsman! Okay, that changes things. That changes things. So Ramdingler's got good technique. He's going to go ahead, before getting the level 5 upgrade on his capital, he's going to take the Explorer, hoping to get the West Lighthouse and save the 2 stars on the upgrade. Doesn't end up working out for him like that, but the Explorer is still good. And look at the number of cities he has down there. Yeah, he's going to ignore the Ruin for right now, pick it up on, like, step on it the next turn. So this veteran swordsman is going to be annoying for Oplex to deal with. I think, yeah, in order to prevent himself from getting sieged, what he can do is use his 2 warriors to kill Ramdingler's warrior that got pushed into an unfortunate position, line up his own veteran swordsman to run north. He can train another warrior, that would be fine for him. But he doesn't see what's in the fog if Ramdingler perhaps has a rider there. He can assume it that he doesn't based on, like, how stars are working out.
There you go, does push.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so the swordsman... Oh! I thought it would move east so it could get roaded up north. But it moves northeast instead. It can still access the same roads. It has a little more utility depending on... what Ramdingler does. If Ramdingler had, like, a warrior on that southern city and wanted to attack, then that would get this swordsman into the action without any roads at all. So I guess that's what he was looking at tactically there. But oh wow, okay, no, so Ramdingler is skipping the Ruin for another turn. He's going to place another couple of roads to get his expansion to these villages done as quickly as possible. He doesn't really have the ability to make problems for his opponent, but he has a beautiful position to play. There's no quick tactics since they both have these veteran swordsmen, and he's avoided going hunting into archery, like stuff like that. Riders are possible, but he doesn't really have the stars for it. I imagine, especially if he's looking at, you know, picking up a couple roads on the next turn to get him set on the village down there. And then into the 2 villages further down after that, that he's not really looking into quick, easy tactics, trying to siege the city. He's just trying to play conservatively. Absolutely fair. I think hunting will get his villages to level 3 as well, so he might be interested in that. He banked a few stars. He's got what, like 2 stars left after picking up hunting and 2 roads to get him down. So maybe we'll see another warrior on the capital or something on the next turn. In any case, we're not going to see fireworks on the board just yet.
I don't know. There's
a little
bit of a flashpoint on that board. There's a couple of exchanges. Yeah. I hear they're not too fond of each other. Little tete-a-tetes here and there. But no, I think you're right. I think Ramdingler's going to go and pick up those cities. I think he probably feeling it from... It's okay. An interesting thing to discuss is the impact of the last game on the psyche of this one. Ramdingler obviously saw and fought against a significant city advantage that Oplex had. Presumably this time, instead of maybe doing something a little bit different, had he rushed through, he's maybe now going to go and find those cities and be influenced by that to then go, you know what? let me do the same thing. That's what got my opponent the win. That's what will get me the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out for him right now. I imagine, yeah, we're going to see the 2 roads to spend... Wow! Okay. He's pushing deeper into the territory. instead of going after the immediate village down there, he's looking for the the villages that are even further away. He's because he's at 4 villages right now. What he's most interested in is getting his Grand Bazaar up quick. I think he's still like 3 turns away from capturing the number of cities he needs for that. But well, like a turn 8 Grand Bazaar, especially with this sizzling tension that's going on.
I like that. Sizzling tension.
Tension's gonna stay. I'm not seeing like any immediate exchange of villages that's going to go on. Although it is possible, I mean, really only for Oplex to lose a village here. Ramdingler's, the way his veteran swordsman is using its zone of control to block, any of Oplex's units from moving through. I really doubt Oplex gives up a village here, but he's the only one who really has the ability to blunder a city, if it were to happen.
Oh, you never know. Never say never.
Yeah.
Do you think Ramdingler's the kind of player to sort of push early game to try and make it happen? Oh, hello. Hello. Yeah, I mean, you said there wasn't going to be friction. It seems like there's a little bit of friction here.
No, definitely fighting. Definitely fighting. Just, I'm not imagining villages changing hands just quite yet.
In the background, I think you can hear the call of the people in Azalol. Just calling to be freed by Ramdingler, I think.
There we go. The Forestry into Giant, what he saved his stars for. And I guess didn't push the... I had the stars with a few chops. He's going to do it like this, and then it's going to be 3 roads to get him onto both those villages in the south. Could add another couple roads if he wants to pick up the 3rd one as well. He'll probably just walk down there. So the Giant's going to be tough to deal with for Oplex. The veteran swordsman warriors weren't enough. And we're seeing the same thing with like the ability to manage the units. The smaller aspects, the unit micro, as it were. Ramdingler picking up more kills than Oplex early on, and keeping more units as well as the economy into the Giant. It looks like this could be a quick game if that Giant is able to move into the city unopposed. Should point out, though, Oplex has been avoiding what would be a profitable upgrade for a bit now. If he uses 4 stars to harvest the 2 fruits, he could upgrade and pick up 5 stars back on that. But he's deciding to instead hold off on that, which suggests to me that he's not interested in the 5-star upgrade, and he would rather pick up a wall. Yeah, Oplex has blundered a city siege. The siege does not mean he can unsiege. Hasn't given anything up yet, but he is giving up the couple of stars there. So we're going to see another Giant from Ramdingler with Forestry, and then some the Park of Fortune that he had earlier. So if 1 Giant was a problem, just doubled the trouble.
If 1 Giant was a problem. 2 might be. I mean, this could be a quick game here. This could be a very quick game.
Yeah, reversal of fortune going into game 3. Ooh, going into game 3. But
we don't want to call it too early, but I will say as well, at the top of the screen, you can see the difference in score. A significant difference in score, that might be. Now that's not something that we obviously necessarily judge on, but it could, to the layman, imply who's a little bit further ahead, so you can see that that's quite a big difference. However, the really good players, we saw this a lot at the grand finals where they would just mash tab so much that I mean, we had to basically put out an epilepsy warning. There was a genuine concern for production because they would mash tab to see what score their opponent was, because the high level players will memorize how much score is each thing so they can see the difference and see exactly what their opponent's doing without ever seeing it. It's like blindfolded chess, basically.
Oh, absolutely. No, some people are very upset with score counting. Remove seal from the game and such. But the people who mash tab like that, to say skill issue. Here
we go, another explorer.
Oh, blocked by the mountain.
Ooh.
Blocked by James. Yeah, very difficult, but if the score difference were a tough before, now that Ramdingler is going to go and like double his city count over the next couple of turns. Double the score almost after these next couple of village captures. And also he picked up math. He'd like done the math himself to like know how many stars he needed to get math before those 2 city captures while he was buying all those roads to step on those villages in the first place. Feels like there's nothing limiting him. So we do have the population to get a giant for Oplex up in that north village. And then maybe even a wall there. Oh, interesting. Yeah, but so Oplex is a tragic single. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is crazy.
Talk to me.
So the giant I was talking about up on the North City, it was possible with a monument. He has the population stars. Okay, where's he planning to get the next monument? Because so this swordsman defense that he has right now does work for a single turn. Like the giant isn't going to be able to siege right away against the 16 health veteran swordsman. It leaves it at like 1 health. But once these 2 giants come in, there's significant problems for Oplex here. Like I thought he was going to defend by getting his own giant, which he needs a monument to do. But I'm not seeing the potential for any monuments. He used his Park of Fortune to pick up stars over in the west instead of get the giant and like that very crucial defense going up in the north.
I don't know.
And Ramdingler is going to go ahead and with mathematics pick up another couple of giants in case the first 2 don't get the job done. Which is also he's setting them up in optimal spots to get markets going in the future, which again always have to keep markets in mind with Yadakk starting off with roads. Fishing, Oplex, madman.
I love the fact every time Oplex does anything, you go, huh?
I mean, Oplex and I were chatting, watching Brokeback Mountain last night. I don't know if that was the best way for him to prepare for this, but he'll understand it. Like we're buds. I say it like the way I would imagine you're at the casino with your friend, right? And your friend just goes to the roulette tables, and he just keeps betting more and more money on the same number, and he keeps losing all of it. Don't you start saying his name with a little bit of concern in your voice?
Now, however, if he let's say he puts $1 on, right? Loses. Then he puts $2, loses $4. Eventually.
Does he have unlimited money though? Does he have unlimited money? Who's gonna run out of money first? Him or the casino?
I don't know. Well, for right now, I think it might be him. The casino, also called Ramdingler, might not take so kindly to him walking in and trying to take his money like this.
Yeah, so we're gonna see some chops, and then the first market down, he's gonna get the second market as well.
Look at the stars difference.
Yeah, Ramdingler played this game beautifully.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, can you think of any mistakes he made?
No, not a single mistake. I'm sure there's gonna be if Michko's watching, he's got a difference of opinion from me, and he's often right. So maybe Michko will be in chat, say something about it, but yeah, if Ramdingler's made a mistake, I'm not seeing it. And if he did make a mistake too, not only am I not seeing it, but I don't think it's going to affect the outcome of the game. Yeah.
I mean, can you see, what do you think, what can Oplex do here realistically, or is it sort of raging against the dying light?
Well, I guess he's upgraded his city just to get the profitable star trade because he's, as a desperado, he's just giving it up. He's got this plan now to push into the water, try to make, naval control work for him, but he needs to keep his capital around. I mean, the last game his capital was nice and safe, but with these 4 giants piling in, and what's worse for him is that he's left enough population to push a giant on this Azul city. So maybe a 5th giant as well. And he's got the stars for everything, just with these markets that he's put up. 48 stars per turn right now. Very impressive from Ramdingler. Yeah, I don't see what Oplex does. He can delay it a little bit with the one giant he has, but a delay is. I don't think it
There we
helps him out too
go.
much. Yeah, so losing the one road connection, but can just reconnect to his own capital. So we're not going to see a giant push come this turn, but I think on the next turn we're going to see a Ramdingler say, "Hey, here's how you get that giant that you were looking for. That would have helped you out."
I will also say that we've seen players quite quick, not quick to, but when they are in a disadvantaged position with, frankly, no hope of coming back, we've seen players resign. That has not happened in this case. It didn't happen in the last game. These are two players that don't like quitting. We'll see. Maybe he'll come here because this is a slightly trickier situation than previously. But it does look like Oplex is going to fight on. You wouldn't blame him for resigning here and going into sort of game 3 with a fresh pair of eyes.
I mean, the thing for Oplex is, like, you know, if he doesn't win this game, like, he does still have game 3, like, but is there any real reason for him to resign? Like, if he doesn't resign, like, maybe he's, you know, going to be forced to lose, you know, play it out to that, you know, capital capture, that checkmate, or, you know, just wait for the hour, like, see what he can do, few out his opponent a little bit more. But, like, you can't give up. Like, there's a thing they say in, like, there's only one way you can guarantee that you're going to lose, or one way you can guarantee, like...
That is fair. Having said that, I think there is also merit in having sort of a mentality play. I mean, me personally, again, like you say, it is always good to sort of try and see it out. But at the same time, it's rough playing on the losing end of things. This badly losing end of things to the bitter end. Instead, we can go, hey, fresh start, fresh mentality, go in, it's 1-1, let's crack on.
Yep, we're gonna...
Now, interestingly, and I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Last week, anytime it wasn't a sweep, it was a reverse sweep. So it's something to note. Maybe the streak will be broken in game 3 if this one does in fact go to Ramdingler. Obviously, I'm not going to call it yet, but it again, it hasn't happened yet that a reverse sweep has been denied.
I mean, this thing about Polytopia is that you're not just playing against your opponent, you're playing against the maps too. Always that element, you know, keep things fresh and exciting, like each game. We're seeing new strategy, not new strategy. I guess this is pretty similar to the last strategy. You know, just navigation and then try to get some bombers, like win on water. The question is if Oplex can keep his capital, like, for long enough while this is going on.
Is that a question you're asking me? I have an answer for you if you have one.
Yeah. Oplex does have the ability to move his units around, go after his Grand Bazaar. If he can pick up, let's say, like a lighthouse, a couple village connections, Grand Bazaar, get another giant on his capital, he can probably defend this position for like another turn longer. The thing is, I see Ramdingler has 60 stars per turn and might start throwing in some knights as well.
60 stars per turn, he can throw him whatever he likes.
So what does Ramdingler like? It's a question not of technique, but of taste at this point. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and send in all of his full health and close to full health giants to counter Oplex's own. And then does he heal his lower health, 18 health giant, or does he just send it north of the capital to put maximum damage there? And yeah, his choice is upgrade his markets with now construction and the level 1 sawmills, windmills there. I mean, that's kind of cheeky, but appreciate it.
Now,
pick up the
what
extra
turn do you think this one
6
ends?
turns per turn. It's turn 14 now. There is potential that Oplex goes ahead and gets a giant push, but I think the tactic works out. This giant near the capital will siege on the next turn, turn 15. Oplex can push it, sieges again, turn 16, and captures no later than turn 17. If the game goes on past turn 17, I don't know what I'm going to promise and live to regret, but I'll do 5 jumping jacks. Ooh.
The hefty stakes here. Oh,
Yeah.
that's an interesting play.
Yeah, this is a nice defense. This really lake, just a tiny locked area, and try to keep as many units back to defend as possible. The problem is he does not do enough damage ever to completely take out a giant. Ooh, he's sending his one warrior instead of picking up a village down in the south. He's gonna go after another bomber. Just try to deal as much damage to the giants as possible. Ramdingler, you might have to stop going after the construction markets, as much as it hurts me to say. Otherwise, I might end up doing 5 jumping jacks if you delay your attack. You might have to instead try and pick up some other attack. Now, Oplex, for his part, yeah, I don't think he can actually take out this giant here. And without the village captures, since he didn't go after those, I don't think there's a giant push either. Like, he's got Oplex has 4 units that he's taken out, so there's no gate of power, other monument for him either. I have a feeling that Ramdingler is going to be fine to just keep upgrading his markets, try to push himself to 100 stars, a catapult too, okay, why not? Try to get himself that wealth monument. But yeah, I think we'll be safe from the jumping jacks, actually. I was getting really worried because 5 is a pretty big number. How is I gonna manage?
Yeah, again, it is at this stage that you can start to get complacent and make misplays, but I think even at this point, you could do as many misplays as you want. 90 stars versus 13 a turn.
Yeah, it feels difficult to see Oplex coming back here.
Yeah.
But Oplex certainly, I mean, for not resigning, you would imagine that he surely sees something that we don't here. Some way to unsiege his capital that we don't. Got 2 bombers and a warrior against a 28 health giant.
Yeah.
Did 7 damage. He's gonna do 8 damage and then 6. Does 8 plus 6 equal 21?
There it is.
We're gonna go ahead and see a resign
There
as we move into game 3.
Ramdingler 1-1 brings it back after a marathon of a first game, a comparatively quicker second game. Though both of these players have shown that they do not like to throw in the towel. I mean, again, he didn't give up until literally it was either resign or end turn and lose. So there's that.
Yeah.
Now, what's your analysis of that game?
No, tenacious. I mean, this is the exact kind of thing that Ramdingler wants. Like, I feel it's continuing the arc of the last bit where we saw, like, the start did not go the way Ramdingler wanted. Mm-hmm. It was very difficult for him to play, but he was, getting the better of things. And now he's just like, the map seems to be like working with Ramdingler, saying, okay, I'll throw you a bone this time. I'll give you something, a little easier for you to play. And Ramdingler just playing beautifully. Like, if you're Ramdingler, you're not only feeling confident, good about winning this match here, but like even the whole Yadakk tournament, let alone World Championships. But Oplex, of course, not out of it.
Of course, one game at a time. If Oplex does come back in this third game, I mean, we've had favorable one way, favorable the other. Now, hopefully, this one will be a pure even 50-50 split, and we can see who's the better out of these two. Again, like you say, Ramdingler has to be feeling good about that one, and also the fact that he was able to hold the Oplex very, Ramdingler forced the action on this one, and he was able to stop Oplex from doing the same in game 1. So you have to think, out of the 2 games, Ramdingler does look like the favorite going into game 3, but it is, of course, all to play for. And this is only the first semi-final. They still need to get into and win, the final itself. So both these players are going to be getting set up, and we're going to go straight into game 3 in just a second to see out the very first Yadakk semi-final. Both players, I'm hearing, are ready to go. So at any moment here, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our first finalists. Will it be Ramdingler? Will it be Oplex? Both players unwilling to concede until right to the bitter end. It's going to be a good game. I mean, go on, just say a name. What's your prediction?
I feel like Ramdingler is, favorite to win right now. Favorite to win the series. But like it would be foolish, really foolish, to like doubt that Oplex could take it. Like we just saw him win the first game. Like obviously he's able to win a game here. So it could be anything. We just got to see how they're going to be playing. I feel the momentum's on Ramdingler's side. He feels like he's in control, but maybe even a little cocky. I saw like how he was playing that last game, like upgrading his windmills, such. Just going after the markets and everything, like, just put a unit up front,
I mean, having said that, it was such a massive difference in income and everything else.
Yeah.
Why not get another sports car? It's not really going to hurt.
It was very fun. It was very fun to watch, a little cheeky, a little personality in the game. So serious all the time, but, you remember that you're playing, like, what we call the funny square game on occasion.
Well, it's not going to be funny for one of them because, again, there can only be one winner. And I imagine with two spirited competitors, neither one of them is going to be wanting to go home without giving their best showing, which is going to start any second now. We're going to see which of these... spirited, I think, is a good word. Guys are gonna make it all the way to fun. And again, that's an attitude that could take them far as we begin what is going to be the final meeting between these two. Go on, give me your perspective.
Yeah. So Oplex is going to be the one hosting this game. Gives that little first mover. And we're seeing, they're both pushing towards the east. Like, just locating where their villages are. Ramdingler's villages are spread a little bit, unfortunately. You really love seeing them all close together. That way, that one road that you're able to afford at the very first turn of a game can lead you directly to both villages, like we're seeing for Oplex, but also just connecting your roads later on, getting the population shared between like the second city, your capital, everything like that. Love to see it, like how tightly packed the villages are for Oplex, as opposed to Ramdingler, who's going to have to go that one extra tile, spend the extra like 3 stars on an additional road there. The difficult part for Oplex here is that his villages are not really pushing him towards the center of the map. Like this one up in the north corner, he's going to get the village, and then it's kind of a question of what now, since it doesn't really lead anywhere. He'll get the lighthouse, which is good in the early game, but not really anything else. And yeah, danger now, as we see Ramdingler's borders pop up right next to Oplex's capital. So he's got a pretty difficult game ahead of him. I'm going to go ahead and explore from the capital to go ahead and meet his opponent. Instead of taking an explorer anywhere else. He wants to upgrade the second city, I imagine, with roads. And he wants the 2 fruits from his capital because with the road connections from getting these 2 cities, as well as the lighthouse in the north, he's going to harvest those 2 fruits that he just grabbed on his capital anyways. I'm imagining we're going to see a road connection and fruit to upgrade this second city. Maybe it will be to road his warrior towards the center of the map. It's a little dangerous to do that without support. Yeah, he's roading. He could move this warrior. Yep, center. He's centralizing his warrior, and he can grab another warrior here, or he can grab maybe a workshop. Just get more income going first. It's difficult to say which is the better of the 2 moves, because they are in immediate conflict over the central village, so the warrior might be useful, but the
Ramdingler doesn't know that he's there, is the key part.
No.
Well, he's going to find out now.
There we go. And see, the capital right there. He's got a pretty nice, tight setup, so it is going to be difficult to make moves on the capital. And if anything, Ramdingler's second city is the one that's most vulnerable right now. Difficult to support. So Ramdingler his big fight is going to be trying to get this central city. It's closer to his capital, closer to his second city than Oplex is, but Oplex has 3 villages to work with. He might go in for some riders here, try to push units from the far north, and fight for that central village. So Ramdingler's in a more precarious spot until he can pick up that central village. Oplex's job is just to keep him off of it. He doesn't even need to take the village, he just needs to keep Ramdingler off of it. And then his villages are set up in a nice, tight, compact way where he can make a bigger push later. It also depends on the shape of the lake to the east, how he expands.
There's a large enough sort of land corridor there that I do think we'll start to see that area be congested. Like you say, there's going to be a fight over that village there. I mean, again, you're saying about the capital of Oplex here, but I think obviously the mountain's in the way. I do think that we've seen Ramdingler push with Giants before. I think he'll do it again this game, to be honest. That's my official, that's the official late prediction. 2 Giants running straight for the capital.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of interested actually that Ramdingler stepped on the village. He's trying to initiate a series of trades which he thinks he can take advantage of because, or not even a series of trades, sorry, I'm a little visually challenged. Those warriors are all a tile further away than they need to be to actually kick Ramdingler off. So Ramdingler just gets the village here.
Interesting. I mean, we were both expecting a bit more of a context there, all right?
Yeah, I think it would have required that Oplex pick up some riders. But I think he could have. It would have delayed some of his upgrades a little bit. But
you think
now,
that's potentially a misplay?
I think absolutely, just because like all of his advantages basically gone. Like Oplex's advantages were that his villages were like closer together, like in harmony with one another. Where he could trade, like units that he trains on any of those villages, he can maneuver them all to the same place very quickly. Whereas, and the fact that Ramdingler's, like the village between their 2 capitals, it was difficult for Ramdingler to defend that. But now with Ramdingler picking up a 4th village, he not only has a city advantage, but his own cities are like more in harmony. Like he can just train units to defend, like they all defend each other basically. I mean, obviously, cities don't defend cities like the units do, but his ability to train units in more places like that. Yeah. I think after giving this up, like he's setting stuff up with the number of warriors he has around. Like he will pick up a siege here, but Ramdingler just gets an unsiege. And then if he, like, yeah, not this turn, maybe even not next turn, but riders, then just, defends, like, having the city advantage and the lion's share of the land to the south. I feel like Ramdingler has, he's opened the game with an early advantage.
So would you say
like,
that
game winning?
Would you say that Oplex is trying to contest this sort of city in the wrong way?
I think it's a question of technique. I would have gone about it differently. I think it was like necessary for him to push into riders, and someone's gonna go back like a couple of turns and say he was 1 star short of getting a rider. But I can't remember how many stars he had. I think he needed a budget for that differently though, because giving Ramdingler this city, any advantage he had, I think is. I mean, his cities are still in good contact with one another, but he's lost a big chunk of his advantage for sure. Yeah, he's got 3 stars left, so he's going to road this warrior back in. Yeah, Oplex can go after the siege here, but there's nothing really else. And with both players just with doing this warrior spam, the defending player does have the advantage here, just with taking advantage of the defense bonuses on the cities and the lack of tiles. Like you don't have the chance to pick up enough units to get like really big attacker advantages. Not until you start picking up units like archers or riders, which Oplex doesn't have yet.
Well, he does push for the city,
but
he is going for it.
Yep.
See if he takes
go for it. Yeah, Ramdingler unsieges immediately and then picks up a kill on the 5 health warrior I'm seeing. Spams out some more warriors and then maybe even he's got 10 stars per turn, so...
This man is predicting 5, 6, 7 turns ahead. Let's see if he's right. Alright, let's see if you're right. I mean, go on then. Let's see.
It's the position working out like this, it gets a little more concrete with like, because, it's very forcing, like what we're seeing here. Like, Ramdingler has to unsiege the city. And then what else does he do with his remaining warrior? Like, of course he's going to go after the easy kill on this 5 health warrior.
Well... Prediction number 1, he's taking it back. Let's see what he does next. Kills the warrior.
Yeah, and then just spams out some warriors to complete the turn. Hopefully gets a rider eventually.
Do you think he's going to try and press an attack here? Or do you think he's going to sort of rebuff it and then just hold firm? Does get that lighthouse
For right
down.
now, Ramdingler is content to defend. In fact, like he can't try to push opposite because he ends up in the same problem that Oplex is in right now, where he's moving a lot but not accomplishing all too much. It's not until either of them pick up riders or giants that something happens. And Oplex has ended his last turn picking up riding. He's trying to make his attack stronger, but it feels like it's a case of too little, too late. That's the defense and opportunity to get a siege is passed already.
Do you think there might be a bit of sunk cost fallacy going on here?
I'm not sure if it's sunk cost fallacy. I think this is still his best option to like use riders now that he's bought riding. But I do think like a different course of action like a few turns ago was more appropriate. I mean, the other problem is that I think Ramdingler is the one who's better set up to get giants going. Like if he goes into forestry here. He can get the West Lighthouse, can pick up the 2 villages to the south eventually. I mean, right now he needs all of his units to help defend. And he's not sparing any stars on roads during this period. But he just spams out a few warriors, picks up some riders. I mean, it's difficult just because riding costs 8 stars. He would like have 5 stars left at this point. He could pick up a rider right now if he wants, but yeah, he's gonna use these warriors up front, take advantage of the defense bonus. Yeah, how does Oplex want to do this? Because with the 2 riders he has, he can do a ton of damage to Ramdingler's position. But yeah, the zone of controlling to the way these warriors are moving up front. Touched on zone of control a few times, but haven't really fully explained it. But let's say this rider on the capital, right? Normally it would be able to move the 3 tiles to reach that 10 health warrior southwest of that Usamol city. The problem is, because of this warrior on Gekali, because it is directly adjacent to that all the tiles surrounding it, that tile east of it, the rider on the capital would have to pass through in order to reach that warrior down there. So the zone of control, or like moving around any of the tiles directly surrounding your opponent's units, will block him from doing that. He could have gotten a stronger siege if not for that zone of control. But now, yeah, just with the the single siege, like Ramdingler can probably pick up. I mean, maybe he just heals the Gekali and then gets a couple of riders. But he could go after 3 kills this turn.
I think this can be a very aggressive game, but potentially a slow one if both of them have their development stunted by potentially having to go straight after troops the entire time. There's not going to be that much ability. I mean, you can see that Ramdingler is not wasting any units in trying to send him south to go to pick up those villages. You know, it's everything is now. The tone of the game is going to be decided by these immediate fights. And I think whether that has then the potential to turn into a long slog with an expected outcome. There we go. Takes back the city.
Yeah. The point on technique there was a question of which unit for him to kill. The warrior southeast of Gekali, like he did, or the rider south of Oplex's capital. And this is the correct move. Although the rider is a higher value target, what it would have allowed if Ramdingler attacked that was the rider on that city up in the north, Olmez, to go in and get a kill. Right now it's too far away to actually reach any of Ramdingler's units. And what you're really trying to do in any of these situations is limit the number of attacks that one player has, like how many units they can even get into the fight, taking advantage of how far away that northern village is. Although it's great for defense and pretty close to the attack, it's just 1 tile short of this. So good move by Ramdingler there, and just a heroic defense, honestly.
Well, let's see how long those heroes last.
I'm actually pretty interested in Ramdingler's choice there. I think what was possible instead was using a couple of roads, one east of that guest city to go to that village in the southwest, and then using the capital rider to unsiege Osmol. A road south of that would get him on the village down there, and that would get him enough villages to get his Grand Bazaar on the next turn. But he's instead decided to go after these warriors, just to keep going after. Okay, Yeah, so that explains it. He wanted to get he's at exactly 10 units slain here, which will give him that monument which he's put on his capital right now. And that's a giant as well as another monument. No, giant right now with hunting. He's not waiting next turn for the lighthouse over in the west. Park of Fortune, and with those stars, we'll see a rider in the south, a couple warriors up north, and then he'll get his Grand Bazaar. Yeah, with his Grand Bazaar, once he captures those 2 cities in the southeast and the free fruits on Usamul, that's another giant. Yeah, he's just planning. His big plan here is just to get his giants early and start pushing them. And Oplex's plan was to make his riders work for him, get things going with sieging one of Ramdingler's cities, but hasn't worked out for him since he wasn't actually able to steal any of the cities. And now he's just down on city counts, down on income, going to have to counter giants, which are a little more scary than the warrior spam that we were seeing before.
Just a little.
Yeah, and the riders are uniquely ill-equipped to deal with the giants, as opposed to units like archers or the best counter giants of your own. And there we go. That's the series. Congratulations to Ramdingler.
Ramdingler is your winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the semi-final is complete. The first semi-final is complete. Ramdingler straight through to the finals and maintains the record of a reverse sweep happening every single time we've seen it. Oplex playing a good game, unable to see out game 2 or secure a win in game 3. But there it is, Ramdingler in the final.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff.
Like, not only did he play well, but like he beat the tenacity out of Oplex. Oplex said, "You don't have to go ahead and siege my capital. I understand." Just like a series of like really strong, really good plays that he made. I mean, this is what the YouTube post said, 52%. We're like hoping for Ramdingler to make it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, the odds did change when he lost the first game. I'll say that. There are a couple of naysayers. In just a second, we're going to take a look at what that does to the bracket, and we'll take you through what's going to happen in the other semi-final. So there we can see Ramdingler through to the final, and Meisterlampe versus Civet is going to be the next semi-final. Civet going 2-1 against Mixu to take him to the semi-final. That is going to be the semi-final we are going to be seeing next. So we're going to take a little break here in just a moment. However, who do you think is winning that semi-final? The next one, quick, give me your options.
Oh my goodness, you're putting me on the spot here.
Right now.
They're like very both qualified players, but like Meister is the most dominant player in the game right now. Like, my money's going to be on Meister. Meister versus anybody.
I mean, that is also someone who went to the Grand Finals live in 2025. But that question, fortunately for us, is going to be answered very, very shortly. We're going to have a very quick break, and we're going to be back with that semi-final. We'll see you in a bit.
Whoa! Okay, we have to talk about it.
He claimed this crowd like flames, Slimming Boys!
Hello and welcome back. If you are just joining us, then what have you been doing? I mean, come on. You have been here the entire time. We have just concluded our first semi-final and are now going to be moving to the second one. I mean, what did you think of the first one real quick?
Oh, absolutely brilliant. I mean, every time I get the chance to see like gameplay like this, you know, peer into their minds, I'm like, what are they doing? What's going on there? Just like the arc of the game and like, you know, seeing the confidence of the players is just kind of everything I was hoping for, expecting. Like, no notes, perfection, I don't know.
Well, for those of you who are just joining us, we'll have a quick look at the bracket to see what happened and to look at the next semi-final. Ramdingler continues the theme of a reverse sweep being inevitable if the semi-finals go beyond a singular person winning. If it goes 1-1, then we've never seen the initial leader maintain that lead. But that's all in the past. Ramdingler is in the future in the finals, but for now we're focused on Civet versus Meister Lampe. Those players are going to be getting ready any second, and we are going to promise you fireworks is going to happen, because Meister Lampe was one of the 8 tribal finalists in the Grand Finals Live. And I mean, you said both in the break and also alive that he is, in your estimations, one of the most dominant players right now. Do you maintain that?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. Not like even one of the most, the most.
The most dominant. Well, we're going to get a chance to see, in his words, the most dominant Polytopia, active Polytopia player right this second as we kick it off right here.
Yeah, and just to, you know, make sure that Civet isn't too much of a mystery to anyone. Civet was at last year's Worlds as well, just not competing. Did show up to the event, you know, active member of the community. And in order to get here, in the last round, he beat Mixu, who was last year's Yadakk finalist. So very established. Not like Meister's, you know, going up against some slouch or anything.
I mean, Meister is an incredibly fast player, I think is the best way to describe it. He knows exactly what he wants to do and when he wants to do it.
Yeah, he's just so precise and calculating. It's like, usually that requires people to be slow. So why isn't Meister slow is the question. It's, you know, the secret reason he's found out that, you know, allowed him to be as dominant as he is. So, interesting map already. Pretty quick villages everywhere. There's a very small, not even like lake running through the middle, like let's call it a river there. But it looks like it fills out towards the bottom. Civet's got more land to work with, which in these things can be an advantage, but it can also work to your detriment depending on if the game advances towards something where it's navally dominated, or if it really, like, the only way to push becomes through the water, like what we saw in that first game with Oplex and Ramdingler.
Both capitals seem very sort of well protected, at least from land, with those mountains. Nice little chokehold there, but is it going to be a game where the water decides it in your estimation?
I mean, it looks like it's difficult to push through the land. Just because I don't see any tactics arising immediately through like this one tile land gap that they have going on. Like the presence of the mountains, everything like that. Things do open up with more villages up in the north, but like it doesn't look like we're losing any villages, you know, for Meister or Civet immediately, which does give it better odds that things go into the water, because Meister is going to want to push things towards the water. I feel like it's really his decision. Civet, for his part, is really looking at just, you know, expanding on land. And wow, okay, that makes things... It was difficult before for Meister to keep him off of that village over in the northeast, but now with this veteran swordsman here, become much more challenging.
Do you want to explain where that came from for those people who might not know what a rune is?
Yeah, so if you look over in the north right now, you'll see one tile that doesn't quite look like all of the others above the fish over at the edge. That's a ruin. It's one of the things like the little villages peppering the map. Little bonuses that reward your exploration. Go ahead and you will find some kind of random reward from it. It could be a technology, it could be some stars, some population on your capital. Or the often beloved, often cursed veteran swordsman, a little powerful unit that might change the balance of things, shake things up a bit. in how your units are fighting your opponent's armies. This veteran swordsman should help Civet a ton in going ahead picking up this village in the northeast, or at least keeping Meister off of it for a little longer, depending on who that eventually goes to.
I do want to take a moment just to say that these qualifiers are open to everyone. Don't think if you're sitting at home watching, if you've just started playing Polytopia, in fact, you're not precluded from joining any of these qualifiers. We are going to be going through tribe by tribe, week by week. Next week is the Vengir tribe. So if you like Vengir, maybe go for the qualification. This could be you that we're talking about commentating over, and it could be you that we're shaking hands with and cheering for in the grand final. So why not give it a shot? You can also subscribe to the Polytopia YouTube channel to keep up to date with all of the live streams. Now, what I want to keep up to date with is who do you think is in a better position at this point? Meister or Civet?
This is definitely the most complex opening we've seen out of all of them. I mean, the very last game we saw was maybe the second most, but that kind of crystallized quickly with some of the moves. But here, it's difficult to say. Like, both players have strengths and weaknesses to them. It feels like Civet might be in a stronger position, just easier to go ahead and pick up way more villages, but Meister does have a pretty solid, I won't call it great, but I will say decent position to work with. I'm gonna have to give it to Civet though right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for the number of villages he has access to, it would have been like a double-edged sword kind of thing. Pardon the pun. But with this veteran swordsman that he has, you know, kind of securing that village in the northeast, it doesn't feel like he's overexpanded himself or overextended. It feels like it's a very safe possession that he has. Meister's job is going to be looking to counter it. He just went into hunting, so there's potential for forestry, mathematics, trade stuff like archers to try to make use of the way the space is laid out. Not really sure which one he wants to go for.
And we've hyped on about being fast, by the way, and he's taking his time to think, so it's made me look like a right idiot. I promise you, I've never seen him make this long of a turn. Ever.
And in a difficult spot right now. He knows what's on the line here. Ooh. And so this is something interesting. He was probably debating what to do specifically on that turn, like what units. He was calculating out if he had stars for units. I mean, in the abstract, you always want more units. It's just the opportunity cost you have to work with. And he decided not to get anything more, so
he's gonna need units to. He's gonna need units to take back those villages in the north. I'd say that much.
Yeah. I wonder what's what units he wants to deal with, because there's the possibility of like some kind of push with archery, which seems, you know, less and less likely just with Civet, just the sheer number of villages he has, and if he counters with defenders, like really difficult to land any of those sieges. So I'm imagining that Meister is saving up for maybe forestry and mathematics. And he was calculating how much he needed to, how many forests he needed to cut down in order to do that before he picks up these next two cities even.
For context, for those of you at home, you can see at the top of the screen the current score, which for the purposes of the individual players is not as relevant, but you can see the current star totals as well as the income that they get each turn. At the bottom, you can see the units slain, the current units they have, how much time they have left on their turn, as well as the current cities. Now, with these cities, the city count is now 5 to 4. Oh, that's a nice explorer. Doesn't quite make it all the way. Does start to see the other side of the lake there, and another city. So now we have 5 to 5 in, I mean, well, there's that city north is a little bit isolated. I mean, you talk about last game about having cities that are condensed. Is this an ideal sort of format for a city?
Yeah, you love seeing your cities set up like this. I mean, if you have the overlapping borders, people will call that perfect density. I mean, you know, a little more than that, like the way the villages are laid out, but I mean, you can see, like, you know, when your city borders combine into, you know, just the one massive 6x6 square like what Meister has here, you can't be upset. And, I was interested with Meister's calculations. He's getting out these warriors and such now. It feels like he could have maybe even put up a warrior on his capital last turn. But with the lighthouse population, the road connections, and then the 3 animals, he gets the first giant, and he's going to use that to push maybe into that most vulnerable city up in the north. Quick counting for population. Yeah, so with 2 monuments, that city does have enough population to push its own giant, even though it's only at level 1 right now. The question, where to get those 2 population. He already has his Grand Bazaar. He just needs to get a giant on his capital, so maybe fishing would be all the population he needs there. Then he can go ahead, spare his city. Nice defense. Think of another explorer here. Yeah.
Oh, it does go for another explorer. Let's see.
What will he get that east lighthouse?
Oh, he does.
On the last tile, the very last tile. Yeah, and then border growth is very natural here. You're stealing resources from your own city that's in the west if you get border growth.
There we go.
So,
first little exchange there. This looks like he's pushing up early, actually. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so Civit's got a lot of stuff going in his favor. Like, he's up 2 villages. Ooh, he's using his Grand Bazaar on his capital to get the giant quick. Okay, the only reason I find this as interesting as I do is what I just calculated about the giant over in the northeast requiring 2 monuments. But there are other ways to do that if he gets into forestry, or since he already has fishing, just hunting, farming. He's got farming. So he does have the population with just like another tech. He doesn't need to use the monument there. This will get him his stuff going early. But he's keeping the flexibility too as Park of Fortune. He hasn't committed it anywhere. He might not even feel the need to commit it to that city as get a giant there for defense. It was a pretty natural target for that monument, getting it to level 3. And, some easy stars, some extra income following turns. But yeah, the reason I think I'm seeing Civit go for, pushing his units forward like this is basically just because he can. The
just because he can.
Yeah. I mean, the Giants are great units, of course, but they need the proper support. They're, part of your army, they're not the entire thing. So
we'll say that we're in turn 9 now. Both these players playing, it feels to me, faster than the last 2. Even with perhaps a little bit more action happening on the borders. They're both still playing very, very fast here, which would be interesting to see how each of these stack up against Ramdingler.
Yeah, I mean, Ramdingler was very fast. I think he had a couple of things in there spread throughout, especially in the most difficult first game that he played. But look at these players. Neither of them are like getting close to timing out. Both like banking 2-3 minutes on their clocks. I'm saving it for the big things later on. There we go. Fishing. Going to see some quick upgrades. And the Park of Fortune goes towards that central city, which with the 3 farms is the 6 population you need with population growth, or a giant down there. We're just seeing some upgrades going on right now. I imagine we could see, a single road here, and then probably pick up 2 kills on Meister's warriors here. Yeah, he's going to use the veteran swordsman, put it right next to that northeast city, away from the giant. He's hemming Meister in, and showing how he was able to defeat Mixu.
Well, we were saying just a couple of minutes ago that Meister was looking to push forward into that isolated city, but it is instead Civit pushing the action.
Oh yeah, Civit's got he's controlling the game, absolutely. Not a warrior moves without his command. I mean, he's got the... I mean, Meister should be the one, trying to make an attack work for him here. But it's Civit who's controlling everything. Yeah, he was able to even up the kill count like that. Very solid. And then go after farming to go ahead and pick up some more giants. Especially the giant up in the north. Yeah, is he... Yeah, so the question was, is he able to actually train a warrior? Not on this city, but the one southwest of his other giant? Or does that open up the opportunity for this veteran swordsman to siege? And I'm sure we're going to see Meister just play it safe, not train a warrior there. He's got 2 stars left. Might train a... Ooh, he is training a warrior there.
There we go.
Okay. So it does work for him, but if Civet had, you know, a rider in the fog or like a scout that he could upgrade, that would have opened up the veteran swordsman to siege. It wouldn't have been too devastating. You know, you just use your giant to go ahead and pick it up. This is better though. Meister will want to attack this veteran swordsman, but if he kills it with his giant, he is offering the first attack of, you know, the giant damage exchange to Civet. And that's an exchange that favors the first attacker. Like, you deal 13 damage and take 8 in retaliation. So, if
what sort of
Meister
odds would you give both players at this point?
Like 70-30 Civet.
Yeah.
Maybe that's... I think I'm, maybe, you know, giving too much credit to Meister's ability to figure this stuff out here. I do rate Meister higher than Civet, which, you know, it sounds mean, it sounds cruel or something, but like it's just because it's Meister. Like,
Look, we're casters. We're allowed to have. In fact, the whole reason we're here is to have opinions. You're allowed to do that.
yeah, like I mean, it's just so contrary to my nature, but it's just like factual. Like it needs to be said. I give Meister, you know, better chance to like you know, figure like, you know, crazy shenanigans out. It's just I'm looking at it and I'm like, where are the crazy shenanigans to figure out here? Like, you're in a position where you're just down in like all the important ways. But if anyone can, it's Meister. So
Definitely not gonna be looking to quit, I think, in this game.
no. And it is still a position with, you know, where it's we're fighting on. Like, there's no, like, resign blow yet. Like, I'll say when he loses one of those cities up in the front, should, you know, nothing else have dramatically changed, I'm saying, you know, maybe time to pack it up, Meister. But, like, right now, play on. We're seeing another giant from Meister. 3-2 over in the, you know, immediate area in conflict. The other problem for Meister is like Civet's exploration. Like, he's got the north corner, of course, unlocked after that veteran swordsman early on. I should say it was looking rough even without the veteran swordsman. Turned a bad situation worse. But after we pick up, Civet picks up these 2 villages in the south, the 1 village in the west. What's Meister to do? Like, what, half the city count?
Right now it's
to make his
7-5. Like, again, this is what it's going to come down to. He is pushing forward. He is being aggressive, despite, like you say, being perhaps on the back foot. Sometimes the best way to push your opponent off balance is to get in their face a little bit. We'll see if he's able to do that. Go on, what's Civet going to do here?
A series of really aggressive chops. Like, it was as if he bought forestry just for that one single lumber hut. A very expensive lumber hut and giant. But, you know, he does have hunting. Both players do. Yeah, archers already from Civet. Meister, I think, wants to push with archers, but he doesn't have the technology yet. And he's going to miss out on that archery force defense bonus here, while his giant is getting punished right now. Some archers in the back. These are the perfect way to defend against this giant push. So, picks up 2 more villages, and after he picks up this 3rd one down in the south, which Meister has no way to counter. Half the city count for Meister.
But to be fair to Meister, even if it doesn't go his way, we have a history of reverse sweeps in this tournament thus far.
Yes, absolutely. And I should say Meister, in getting to this point, was able to take out Viking the Cat. You did not see him at last year's Worlds, but he did qualify with, like, some ridiculous, like, 5-6 tribes, like, semifinals. He is a favorite. You know, we'll probably see him again later qualifying with some other tribe. He's many people's favorite to go all the way. So Meister's, he had a reverse sweep against Viking the Cat in order to get to this point too, so able to overcome adversity. Very strong player character. Not too worried about I mean, why would you be worried about Meister?
Well, let's see if he's worried. What does he do here?
Yeah, he's got an open city.
It's
and a giant right next to it, but he sees the archers, he sees the giant.
Does he
can
pull back or
sacrifice
push
a few
forward?
warriors into it. Yeah, and like you know, the long term too. If this attack on land doesn't work, does Meister have like what can he do? Like, does he push anything in the water? Okay. So this is a conundrum. Meister wants to limit the damage on his own giant as much as possible, which involves doing this, sacrificing his warriors into his opponent's giant. The problem is, if you look at Civit's like you know, slain enemies count, it's just hopped up to 8, and with these other warriors in the way, that is an easy killer monument that he is giving his opponent, and we might see as well a giant push there. So even if Civit isn't able to take it out traditionally, he is able to just go ahead and push, like everything's okay for him. But no need. He has the units to just go ahead and clear this giant off of his city. Something else important we should point out is Oplix was worried about Houdini the entire time. Meister is aware of that as potential here, and he created that one little square of Luft over to the east, a place that none of Civit's units could reach, but that if ever he tried to push him, he would keep that one square for his giant to not disappear completely. Unfortunately, Civit just went ahead. Very low retaliation damage on his own giant, and then just some archers to finish it off. And it looks like Meister's attack is how I'm not seeing it. So Civit does have his killer monument right now of the couple warrior kills he was able to pick up. The question is, where does he want to use it? Does he save it for that city in a potential giant push, you know, counter Meister's only possible attack, and probably look towards resignation soon? Or does he just use it to get some stars on some other city? Does he feel that he doesn't even need to use it to defend? Here's a better safe than sorry situation, especially when you have such a large advantage. Why would you risk losing any of it? But it might be more precise to go after the monument somewhere else. Yeah, at the same time, you know, another giant on your opponent's front lines when you fully reverse their attack is very nice.
So what are the odds now? Go on. How have they changed from 70-30? What's the betting line saying? 95-5. 95-5. Well, let's see how tenacious Meister Lamp could be.
He's got riders. He's trying to still push on land. But I'm not seeing the riders turn into a city siege. He only has really the one city that can possibly be attacked. And he's going in with the giant. I mean, the problem for Meister here is, let's say he does get the giant attack pulled off. He does steal the city. Like, that's already a big ask. But what happens then? Like, he's playing a game where he's at 9 cities against 6 instead of 5 against 10. It's not as if he's won, like, an advantage or anything. And Civit still has the possibility of just, like, pushing through, playing on the water.
Momentum.
Not establishing
That's what you're discounting. There's a chance that the shock of losing the city, Civit falls, smacks his head on the keyboard, has a medical emergency, and in one sweep, Meister wins. So, you never say never.
Well, that's where the 5% is. That's where the 5%
Okay, sorry,
is.
it was already baked into your model. My bad, I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, so what can Civit do now then to sort of finish it off, or at least to try and pursue an endgame?
Okay, first he gets a star ruin, so just in case, you know, 96-94, 96-4, I guess.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, no. So there we go. He picks up forestry, and he's been holding on to his monument from earlier. I'm pretty sure what we here is does he have? He doesn't have any riders. Civit does not have any riders, which is unfortunate. If Civet had any riders, he would have been able to... no, because there's still the square of Luft on the farm there. So no possible Houdini there. But I think what we're going to see is Civet just goes after a giant push, doesn't even worry about dealing with this giant, just goes after the supports for this turn. And then 3 Lumber Huts and that Killer Monument down before pushing the giant here. Next turn, he'll use his archers to take out Meister's giants. And then when Meister's only units left to counter are these riders, that's when Civet pushes in his own giants. The riders are notoriously terrible dealing with the giants. They can sacrifice themselves very expensively. 30 stars and riders to take out 1 giant.
Yeah, I was about to say I blinked and suddenly there was way fewer troops.
Yeah. Well, Civet's, that's his whole plan. He's just going to push this giant because the giant doesn't have enough support. He's just going to go after all the support and, you know, push with his own giants. Keep Meister out of the game. So there we go, just drop a Killer Monument down and select Giant instead of Park. Could have been a misclick there.
You never know.
Does he get another Giant? Does he get a Park on his capital for some style points? Or is he going to go after another Archer somewhere? And the
there it
is
is.
going to resign.
There it is.
Yeah.
Game 1. Game 1. I would say spirited defense there. The writing was on the wall for a little while. But there we go. 13 turns in. Civet wins the game. Meisterlampe only has it all left to do. Is the best way to describe it. Again, reverse sweeps are a thing that we've seen consistently. So if he can get one, make it 1-1, then we have an interesting third game ahead of us here. What's your take on it?
I think it was, absolutely kind of devastating game. It felt like it was difficult, and then, Civet was able to play very well. Like, use that veteran swordsman ruin very smartly. The way he actually took the villages, expanded out with it. He realized where his advantage was, how he was, supposed to play the game, and then just made the most of it. Like a clean conversion, like clean defense.
Again, it didn't feel like he gave any sort of openings for Meister to exploit. Again, Meister, I'd say that was a good time to resign. Like, before that would have been premature. It was obviously a losing position, but you kind of got to wait for the openings. And at that point, there was sort of nothing left that he could have really done. But a great game from Civet. 0 mistakes. And it's one of those things where sometimes you have the game in your hands and it's yours to lose. And he definitely didn't lose. Suffice to say. Now, 1-0. Like you say, the most dominant current active player. Would be shocking if he didn't get to the finals, but we're on the cusp of seeing something like that here.
Yeah, I mean, like, he was cut out of Worlds last year too. Very big upset against Slimming Boy. So
very big upset. No one expected that at all. I remember I was looking at you the entire time, and your mouth was a perfect. You were very shocked. The entire time. There it is. I've seen that expression. The players are obviously going to be setting up for game 2, so we are going to be going straight back into it very, very soon. But if you're sitting at home thinking, obviously, these casters, they don't know what they're talking about. These players. Why did Meister resign? That was such an easy position. I'd have done this, pushed the giant here, pushed here, taken this tech. Well, you can put your money where your mouth is, and you can actually sign up for any one of the tribe qualifiers that aren't obviously happening right now, because it'd be a little bit unfair if you try to apply now to get into this final. But if, for example, next week we have the Vayne Gear, if you're a Vayne Gear player or just casual player that want to try it out, you can do it in a tournament setting for yourself. And who knows, maybe it's you that we're talking about having an upset. I mean, again, the guy who came second in the live championships in Stockholm was someone that we didn't really know anything about. We hadn't really heard of him, and he almost went all the way. So, I mean, again, let's talk momentum. Meister, you're saying he's a cold, calculated player. You know him, I think, I would say a decent amount. Do you think this loss is going to affect him? Do you think he's going to be maybe playing slightly differently, or do you think it's just straight out and a different game?
I've never seen something like this, affect him. Like, these, cold, calculated. Maybe like a little tangent here, but after last Worlds, there's a little after party, a little bar, playing some Catan. Could not tell the difference between the red and orange pieces. We had to spend 20 minutes convincing him that they were different colors. I thought, okay, finally going to be able to beat Meister at Catan. I did not beat Meister at Catan. No, no amount of drinks can stop him. He takes the game seriously. Like, I don't think a single, game, like, especially, like, when your opponent plays well, like, you're not going to beat yourself up about that.
Yeah.
Like, you played well, you did what you could. Like, you made
course.
your attack, you did the best attack you could, it didn't work, and then you just move on to the next game. I think, like, it's the same reason that he resigned at that point, instead of waiting for his capital to get sieged. Just, like, he knows. Like, he doesn't let his emotions, like, get in the way of
It
his
feels like a
judgment.
computer. It feels like he just runs the numbers constantly in his head. It's like, okay,
Yes.
cool. The number's gone from 2% to 0, and it's time to resign. Cool. Next game. Ready up.
Yeah.
Let's go. Speaking of, we're about to get into it, so we'll see if your predictions are true. Maybe Catan skills aren't withstanding. But here we go. Can Meister Lamper do a reverse sweep? So what to play for? Ooh. Very close to the
Yes.
villages. Very far away from one another as well.
Yeah, they're far away. I'm really interested in how Civet opened. I mean, he is just chasing down the resources. The resources, all the fruits and animals of the map, are spawned in after the villages, just as part of the map generation. And you look to the north, and you won't see any fruits or anything. So you see the road not heading towards the middle of the map, but towards this corner for Civet. So very interesting there. Meister has a much more conventional start with just, organization. And then a wonderful explorer, which is going to dodge that. No, it goes back for the South Lighthouse. Okay. Now this is exactly what you want. He can upgrade all 3 of his cities with this opening. He just needs to do a road connection to the North City, which will get the 2nd population on his capital, and the last 2 stars for a fruit, and a workshop too. So, huge start for Meister here. I mean, this is playing out exactly how you'd want it to. We're going to see an Explorer set up down here. Yeah, just hoping that it isn't blocked by any mountains. He's going to meet Meister. We're seeing a very similar start, except just because they've had to go into 2 opposite directions. Civet is Warrior. It's all by itself. Doesn't have the 3rd village to upgrade even. The big question is, will he step on this city up north? He could be scared. He knows the Meister has 2 warriors out and about. Yeah, he's going to be a little timid on actually stepping on that village. Meister did not have enough vision. Like, Civet saw the Explorer. He saw the potential for losing that city and then the game, like, right away. So, playing with a little more caution. But, probably could have picked up that village. He's going to go for the ruin instead. We'll see what it gets him. Meister, for his part, 2 level 3 cities, like, right away on turn 4. This is, like, the ideal org opening, really. And, okay, another veteran swordsman. So, any trepidations he might have had about stepping on the middle earlier on, probably all over now. Just needs to go ahead and get a couple roads up, drop that swordsman on that central village, and hope for a land connection so that he can probably keep pushing it into Meister, too. We're going to see a couple more roads here. Probably not.
Well, give me the odds then, at this point, this early stage.
It's really tough to say. So, Meister, the better economic. I mean, like, look at the disparity right now. It's like Meister has twice the income of his opponent. The problem is how it transitions into the middle and late game. Meister is going to keep pushing north to try to pick up as many villages as he can, but they're just not there immediately. Yeah, how does Civet want to do this? He sees that he can pick it up with the warrior, but does he want to go ahead with a couple roads, lock it down with the swordsman? Just get his swordsman closer to Meister at all? You can go ahead variety of ways here. Yeah. So they are blocked off from each other by the water, but I have to remind us about the existence of bridges. Something we've yet to see, even though these players start with roads. Any of those one-tile water gaps directly connecting 2 bits of land, you can spend 5 stars and place a bridge there, acting as a little land and road tile.
You think that's what he's going to do here?
He's got the veteran swordsman right there, so it's possible that he wants to, get a rider. If he's, in the fog, like Meister doesn't see him. He could definitely get some units, push a bridge through, and then get a surprise veteran swordsman siege on Meister's city, which would turn things around. but he hasn't made any committal moves to do it. It's just an option at this point. And Meister's going into hunting. He might be looking at the MAF trade. He might just be looking at the fastest path to Giant. I mean, with 3 animals on his capital, he's going to get a road connection and that North Lighthouse with an Explorer, most likely. Then try to pick up a turn 7 Giant here. We're going to see different strategy. So farming for Civet. That's the most population for all of his villages. And now he's evened up the city count. Well, as soon as Meister picks up his village on the next turn, that is. Yeah, Civet's all out of stars right now. Probably going to use a couple of roads and fruit to get his capital upgraded next turn. Got Meister's warrior just perusing the fog, looking for a ruin down there. And interesting. Yeah, so Meister is not planning to start with an explorer here. Instead, going into forestry. I'm pretty sure we're going to see him pick up a workshop on this north city. And then, yeah, I mean, the giant on his capital after forestry, of course.
There we go.
Got some 5 stars here. Yeah, so
You think both players are settling down for a sort of the long term here?
Yeah, I mean, just with the mountains and water blocking each other from, you know, big brawling in the rest of the map, I think they're bunkering down, like playing economic, getting ready to push their units into the water, maybe. I think Meister is looking into mathematics. Part of that is, you know, of course, he's already got forestry. Part of that is, of course, you always have to look out for markets from Yadakk players, the easy access, tech true. But the other thing is just his Park of Fortune placement. Since he chose to, you know, take the 5 stars back on Ezerk instead of getting another giant right away on Enes. I don't know how to pronounce that southern city. But it would have been an easy 6 stars to giant, and then you could push that as an opponent. But there's no way that he's picking up the rest of that population to get another giant there unless he goes for mathematics. So Civet's doing a little bit of gambling, hoping he'll get this lighthouse to upgrade. That was all of his stars there. He does get the lighthouse. He's not blocked off by a mountain, but there's the cruel mountain, sending his explorer backwards. So he's got 5 stars left. Maybe he sends another road to go ahead and pick up that village further north. They're on equal cities right now, but I think Meister is the only player with the chance to really get a bazaar, at least until Civet goes into the water.
Yeah, it does seem like Civet has the rougher end of this deal here. I'm sorry he's going to react to, obviously.
Yeah, so I feel like we are gearing up to see a late confrontation, but it's one where Meister is... I mean, if it's neither player is going to reach each other, we're asking ourselves the question, who's going to be able to set up their economy better, faster? And that's Meister with, you know, the mathematics stuff going, if that is his plan. I mean, he does have some unfortunate things, like where his sawmills would be placed in, like, the mountain southeast of Ezerk, blocking some, you know, potential trade spots, but he's definitely the one who's faster on getting, like, his plan going. Like, he's, you know, the first player to giant. Civet's slipping into a little think. So it's a very common piece of advice. You know, use your opponent's clock. If you're not moving any units, if all you're doing is, you know, just sitting into a think, you can think while your opponent's playing. We've seen both players now ending their turn by just sitting and thinking for like 40 seconds or something.
I think both players respect the other one. They both don't want to potentially fall into any traps. They don't want to be making those sort of wrong moves. And I think both these players are the kind of players to be constantly checking the score as well to try and tally up what their opponents are doing.
Absolutely. The Meister's score counting is scary. Like, other people are good at score counting, but Meister's scary at score counting.
Again, I remember talking to production and being like, there's going to be a problem if these guys just keep flashing up everything on screen. If we're looking at their perspective and they're just mashing the tab. Oh, man. Not a great viewer experience, but damn, it does give them an advantage, say that much.
Yeah, we're going to see border growth here and a potential... yes, border growth. Okay. So he is looking at oh, there's there's potential like sawmill market setups to the southeast that he's opened up too. He'd have to like chop around his cap. Really, it's difficult to see what the strongest the markets are for him here. But Meister's got some kind of plan in mind. Like he's already figured out what he's doing.
That man has a plan for the next game as well.
Yeah. This is kind of the thing where it's most fun to just sit back and relax and realize, hey, he's got it figured out. All I have to do is just watch, see how he sets up his markets, and then maybe copy that in my next games.
All right, what are the odds then? Go on, we've hit a bit of a midpoint.
Yeah, so it is difficult to evaluate. I mean, it is in a lot of ways it's a very symmetrical position. Like both players have 5 cities. You know, if we're seeing forestry from the one player, we're seeing farming from the other. One player's has you know, organization and hunt and forestry, like versus farming and fishing. But I do give Meister a little bit of an edge here, just in his position, not even evaluating like who I expect to win. Just because of the fact that I'm seeing like, you know, the late game in the economy able to like pop off more for Meister here. But yet to be seen how they want to play this out. And we're finally finding that ruin along the edge of the map for Meister. And there we go, mathematics and trade on the same turn. This is what he was calculating.
There we go, gets the village north.
Yeah, another village up there. He should be able to get another giant around his capital. Yeah, I think what we're going to see is like a level 3 market, like south of Meister's capital, and then like the level 3 sawmill west, which will get the other markets for the other cities. Something like that. So maybe not the most impressive markets in the world, but just in evaluating like who's winning right now, we're seeing a lot of stars spent on one side, getting into the water for an attack that maybe those stars would have been better spent on, you know, improving your economy. Difficult to say, of course. Like, the question is, will Civet be able to make something of his attack? This might be his strongest play. Okay, no, he is chopping here. So, going after level 5 market. Now, interesting. Interesting. So yeah, a couple really quick markets there. And then, and no market over in the North City. But this is 8 stars per turn from these markets right now, and then, yeah, 10 stars per turn after it gets the second upgrade on Azurk. And yeah, the border growth is necessary, not for improving the markets, but just for picking up the giants and then grabbing some, maybe port access to that little lake. But yeah, just look at the income right now. 29 stars per turn to 18. And that is something that's going to get worse. We're going to get another extra 2 stars per turn here from Meister. I think he's going to chop another so he can place down that lumber hut. Or
it does feel like that sort of lead is extending, sort of inexorably. Yeah. Again, we're going to have to see Civet do something here, but as we've sort of seen today, it's been a common theme where one player starts to slowly fall behind. They've, I wouldn't say the word chosen, but when the pressure's on them to make a movement, to do something different, to change up their strategy, to make the plays and force mistakes, they have sometimes opted to sit back a little bit and be a bit passive. Again, we saw Ramdingler in that very first game where, to be frank, within the first, I would say 20-25 minutes of that hour-long game, you could kind of see where the wind was blowing. And he defended beautifully, but defending is not enough in this sort of format. You do have to make a play and go for the win. So hopefully we see Civet do something like that. And maybe the water is his key to victory. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, one, it's gotten him this village here, which puts him ahead on the city count, and of course gets him that important Grand Bazaar as soon as he, connects this last village over here. So he's got his monument, he's got his giant that he can push through the water. He's left his ports in a way that he can still, get a bridge over into Meister's territory should he want to at any point.
Do you think he
it's
might
in his
start going
control
for that?
again.
Do you think he might go for that city
Yeah.
north potentially?
Absolutely. I mean, that's where the Juggernaut's headed, and that's Meister's most vulnerable spot on the map. So Meister does have, this strong economy going, but this is what we were talking about with, like Civet recognized that, yeah, Meister's got the advantage in, getting his economy going. I'm not competing with him on that. I'm going into the water. This is why he picked up fishing and all those ports. He is trying to make something work with what his position's given him. And that's trying to
Look at
steal
the
that
vision
northern
as well, to
city.
be honest. He doesn't know that Juggernaut is coming. He doesn't know that to what extent there are units in the water or units around the place. And it is sort of that fog of war that's quite important. Now, there it is. He does start to see, he does start to realize maybe now that'll cause a shift in strategy. Maybe now he'll think, maybe I should start to look to defend this, or indeed burn it and run. I mean, a difference of 7 cities to 4 would be quite a large one. But there we go, straight in the water himself.
Yeah, I mean, this is a position where you don't even mind being the player on fewer cities. Like, they've both chosen their paths. Civet's chosen to have more cities, and Meister's chosen to have more income. And as he's approaching, double income of his opponent, this is where you're like, yeah, you can take this, city that doesn't have many resources on it. It is another place for you to train units, but I'm just going to keep pumping out giants and, buying all the techs in the game. Doing things you can't hope to do, yada yada. And just looking at, the giant count as Meister's trying to use these juggernauts to get himself established on the water. We have these 3 juggernauts right now, which should keep growing. And are we going to see 3 ports? Or this is, monument. Using that Eye of God they just got with that nice explorer up there. 4 giants, and they should get all of these into the water next turn. With his tremendous income. He's using those monuments to none of those population are going to go ahead and help out up in the north. Instead, he's just using the zone of control of his warrior to keep the giant, the juggernaut there, from reaching him, getting directly close to his city. So Civet's going to go for a different path, trying to prevent Meister from getting on the water. If Meister's using his juggernauts to try to establish himself on the water, Civet is blocking him, just dealing as much damage as possible to the one juggernaut with the Rammer Juggernaut combo. And it also makes it difficult to justify, putting in your other juggernauts as well. So Civet's going close. Another port and fish over there will get him a giant up in the North City. There's the port, there's the fish. So keeping himself safe from that veteran swordsman up in the north, and giving himself a little stronger army. You're going to see another giant on the capital, I hope. And then I'm wondering why we haven't seen the level 3 upgrade over in the west. And there it is. Yeah, save the 4 stars, but 4 stars go in, 5 stars come out, and you get a little bit of extra income on that level 3
And he's going to
upgrade,
need it,
so.
looking at the 41 to 28 difference in income.
Yep. It feels like this is, how Meister's strategy works. Once you get to, going after trade in a position like this, you put yourself behind on the city count a little bit, potentially even lose that North City. You're not doing the most on the water, but just with the number of giants and juggernauts you have, from being able to get your units all over the place, or all the stars you have, upgrade all your cities. You get yourself established on the water, and then you are on easy street because you have all of the money in the game. So we are at turn 13, where we see the first exchange of units. Meister picks up first blood pretty late. We've seen
It took a while. I mean, by this point, by the way, in the last game, the game was over. It was done. So definitely a lot more going on this
road
one.
port combo. Get this other giant in.
We have to think
Yep.
Meister is in a fantastic position here. Again,
Oh,
sees the units in the water, gets sailing, chucks all his units in the water. I mean, what can Civet do to answer this?
It felt so. Civet had, you know, there were ideas of stealing that northern city.
There was a concept of a plan.
But those have gone largely out the window. And now with, like, you know, half the Juggernauts gone, he's abandoning his Juggernaut right there to get some splash damage.
Yeah.
You know, this giant on land will do retaliation damage against, you know, the army of, like, Juggernauts and Warriors that we've seen. But make no mistake, that is not a living unit. He's not going to be around here much longer. Even if he does pick up a siege, like, it's not a death blow. Might be, like,
It does
just
start
getting
to
a
feel
step
like we're on the
closer.
long... What's it going to say? Like, it does feel like we're on the long march to a third game on this one.
Yeah, you think it's gonna
again,
hold true, the
track
trend of
record.
reverse sweep?
The trend. The mythos, I think, at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Civet's playing very well. Like, he does have some things going for him. Like, he's already picked up sailing. He has these rafts in the water. You can try to make those work for him. Take out these Juggernauts as best he can. He's, like, doing the warrior spam now so that he can try to get as much damage on these Juggernauts as possible. But they're not going to be Juggernauts much longer. I think Meister's advancing these onto the land next turn, picking up some kills on these warriors. And then, yeah, those Civet's cities are gonna go and be in jeopardy. Civet's trying to protect them with, okay, not as much trying anymore. But Meister can overload the giant. Like, what's the problem with attacking the warrior like that is now he's offering the first attack to Civet's giant, but he's overloaded the giant too. Civet's trying to push back with the giant on his capital, trying to isolate Meister's most southern giant there. But Meister never abandoned his port. He can just walk straight back into that port he placed earlier, while he advances towards the center. Yeah, just like this.
And advances,
the 10
he
health
does.
Juggernaut goes ahead and picks up the siege. It will not hold, but it's going to mean that that 30 health giant, most likely, isn't able to pick up an attack, that first attack on either of the giants.
So the tip of the spear, I think, is that 10 health
Yeah.
giant. And, well, we've got catapults in the back as well. Does start to feel like we're marching to a conclusion. Can Civet rewrite the chapters? I don't know. I just don't know. I think it's going to be very tricky for him to rescue this. Very tricky indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing with, this is really similar to the last game in a lot of ways. Just, there was an attack that Civet is going for. He recognized that that was his best opportunity to win. And I think he's getting closer and closer to evaluating, do I have anything? Am I actually about to take any city? But Meister, in addition to, you know, countering the attack, has started his own counter-attack. He's sieging that central city, and he's got a 37 health giant right next to it. I'm interested in what Civet's doing here too. He's going after what feels like the wrong giant, because this 20 health giant just walks back into the port and stays safe, nice and healthy. Whereas it's this 37 health giant that's about to siege your city that should be the priority. But
What machinations does he have going on? I mean, he's put out the scouts to try and put some range damage on. See more rafts go into the water, but I don't know about, like you say, I don't know about this one. I think he's going to lose the city here.
it feels like Meister should be able to pick up some splash damage on the rafts in the west. Use the catapults giant to, you know, get really easy damage. Maybe if he picks up a ram or two, Meister can put his 24 health giant on that farm tile west of the city. I feel like, yeah, 2 rammers. No, the giant clears the zone of control. Well, there's nowhere else the 37 health giant is going anyways. It feels like it's a waste of 2 stars to have trained the warrior there. Yeah, Meister just needs to clear this siege, which is now pretty simple. He's got all the warriors for it. I think he'll use his catapults to help out down there, and he's got 43 stars. So
he's a wealthy man. There it is.
Yeah, interesting. The 24 health giant coming in instead.
Well, there's nothing really that can turf that, is there?
He's got the 3 scouts in range, and then the splash damage of this one juggernaut.
Is that enough?
That's the question. Is that enough? I didn't think it was, but I'm seeing Meister play, and I'm like, is it?
There's another siege.
I guess the real question is the 24 health one enough? Because I know for sure that it isn't. The question is the 37 health not enough?
Well, the question is, how many cities need to fall?
Yeah, I mean, you got the veteran swordsman over in the west as well.
Yeah. Again, the game only ends when Gick is taken. You know, Gick. I don't know how you pronounce that, but that's when it ends. So very technically, these cities, whilst obviously you don't want to be losing cities, if Civet choose to, this game can obviously be extended, and it's whether or not whether he feels like he has something up his sleeve.
And Meister just gonna go ahead for strategy, pick up stronger naval units as well.
Oh my god.
And damage the veteran swordsman up there. The technique is impeccable.
Yeah, it's coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb when it comes to this sort of place in the game. What do you think the odds are now?
98. What?
Okay. So
No, I mean, it feels crazy to say. Like, Civet is up cities. He is able to defend both of these immediately, but
he's
like,
up cities, but look at the stars.
He's got half the income. He's not countering the push in the water.
Is it enough? It is enough. There we go. There's the maths.
Yeah. I just feel like I'm going insane.
But
like,
I don't know. Those scouts are pretty. They seem pretty deft. I don't know. That seems to be a push arrested. That was handled with more grace and finesse than I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought we were seeing the beginning of the end, but apparently.
No,
Yeah,
no.
I mean, look.
Civet knows what he's doing. He's not about to collapse immediately, especially not to a 24 health giant. I mean, maybe the 37 health giant, but I'm really surprised Meister didn't go for that siege. I want to ask him about that if I get the chance. Yeah, so the question is, what does Meister do to advance here? So the 37 health giant is still at 37 health, and he just advances further. Like, he's got a catapult in range of the scout. The giant all of Civet's giants are away from the central city. You can probably just pick up ramming, and that makes an easy light work of some of these things. Oh, he can get a capital siege if he wants to. It's kind of like a that's cute thing. Like, the capital siege isn't really changing the dynamics of it, but I mean, if he's sieging like 3 of Civet's cities here, taking out his scouts, he's got a 37 health giant in the center. I think this should be the last turn. I mean, it's kind of like a how is it not? Yeah, and the catapult's going there, so we are going to see a capital siege with this rammer. I mean, if we don't see a capital siege, I'll be very upset. There we go. This capital
there it
siege
is, and there we go. The game is done. The score 1-1. Chaps, we're going to the 3rd game. Again, these players are going to get ready in just a moment, but what do you think of that one?
It was a beautifully played game from both sides. I mean, I do have some questions about like some of what happened there, like, you know, Civet's opening choice, whatever else. When I say questions, I just mean like nothing was inaccurate. Both players were like, he's just like seeing like an abstract painter, like in motion, like seeing the process of them, like, you know, creating.
Well, the ones where like they flip it upside down and it was like a face all along, that type of thing. Like, what was the theory? Whoa, I get it.
Like, whoa. You got the siege.
I mean, he got it. He knocked it off. To be fair, that's how I felt when he knocked this with the scouts, knocked it off. We were asking if he had the numbers. He had the numbers. Ended up losing, but he still had the numbers. It just goes to show there are levels to this game, and well, I'm not let's move on.
gonna be at next
now,
Worlds,
we are going to go into round 3. This is, of course, a best of 3. One of these players, whoever wins this game, goes obviously through to the final to face off against the indomitable Ramdingler. Now, it's important to note, again, that historically in this qualification, we've never not seen a reverse sweep. So, Meister could be donning the robes of tradition here. Civet could be bucking them. We just don't know. Like I said, the players getting ready in just a moment. Seeing how they've been playing, is it just a coin toss for you, or do you think that one of these players has an edge?
Oh man, they've been both playing very well, but like I gotta give like the class factor to Meister there, like especially on the second game. Just like seeing like how he was able to transition. Like this is gonna be a really nerdy bit. Like most people will not care about this kind of thing.
Brother, we are casting the Polytopia Qualifier World Championships. Like,
just like the way he's able to like transition, like pick up his technologies in the water, like get his markets up first, and then sailing into ramming, like without it seeming like he's having to give anything up for it at all.
Yeah.
Like getting his defenders up right before ramming, like everything's perfectly on time always. His giants, like they arrive the turn that they're needed. It's like a Gandalf and a wizard, whatever. Like chef's kiss. Well, my money's on Meister. Started on Meister.
So how do you think Meister stacks up against Ramdingler? And I'll ask you the same question of obviously Civet, but it does feel like the three of them, from an outsider's perspective, they feel like they generally play somewhat similarly.
Yeah, no. I mean, Ramdingler, I'd say, is a much more aggressive player. The one thing about Meister, like, now Meister has no weaknesses, but if Meister has a weakness, it is his live gameplay, which is crazy to say. He is much more dominant in the time formats where you have 24 hours to finish your turns, spends more time calculating, whereas Ramdingler is much more known for his live gameplay than the correspondence 24 hours and such. So in this, like, we might see like more aggressive, like plays on the clock, like those kinds of things, like different optimizations for live games from Ramdingler. Civet, like, kind of in the same boat as Meister, and I group them together. But like they're both like just so controlling and calculated.
But sometimes you do need like that sort of flash of something at the end of the day. I mean, let's face it. When it comes to, how do I put this? When it comes to the hour time limit, we did see Ramdingler fighting nobly, but he was mounting something, So we'll see how that sort of plays into the player's psyche, especially when it starts to drag on. Ramdingler's been there. Ramdingler's done it. He has had to stick out a game until the end. So who knows? What I do know is we're into the game, and we're about to find out who will be the second finalist. Right, what do you think?
Yeah.
Ooh, close. Very close map. What do you think?
I mean, it's really interesting. Again, like the classic theme in all of the Yadakk games is just how close are your villages, how able are you to upgrade everything with roads. And for both players, their villages are a little further away than they would have liked. Like, neither one is finding their opponent immediately. This is really upsetting if you're Meister, because you realized, wow, that's his capital right there. I'm going to be giving him 5 stars. Oh, trade ruin? Okay.
Right.
I mean, he can't make use of that immediately at all. But it feels like it might be biasing where Civet wants to go here. He might be looking at, wow, I have a ton of animals. Maybe I'm going to go into mathematics now. I mean, trade is something you always have to look out for, like we've been saying with Yadakk, but it is still a tier 3 technology, very expensive by the time you're actually able to use it later in the game. And if it progresses to a place where trade is useful for both players, Civet is going to be very glad that he doesn't have to spend the 13, 20 whatever stars it would be. Yeah, no, Civet's able to expand out to the... So they're both going to be pushing northeast with this little river dividing them. And once again, Civet is given, like, the reins on this map. Just for the fact that if you look at all the bridge tiles that can be made, like the same as those 2 fish tiles we see inside Civet's capital borders, Meister can't place bridges there. Like, those are his opponent's borders. Civet can. So if Civet wants to get a giant and then put a bridge down there, that's his choice. Like, that's something Meister can't do. He might not want to put the bridge down.
Through that. I don't know. I think it does just that the
insulated.
presence of that river doesn't scream early conflict to me, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly the thing. Like, if he doesn't put down the bridges, he keeps his capital nice and safe, like, forever. So, they might be going into the water, in which case, look out for, you know, the number of ports that can access the middle. Like, the Civet does have port access from his capital, but the idea of putting your units in ports there, where Meister can, like, go ahead and just whack them with his own units very easily, it's very dangerous, but yeah, straight into fishing. They recognize this is going to be another game where the water factors in heavily. A little explorer. Does it get this east lighthouse? Yes, it does. He's already met Meister, so not too... doesn't really need to chase after meeting stars from his opponent here. He just wants to... Yeah.
So there's that little village hopping on an island.
And a riding ruin. Okay. So riding is not the... I don't think Meister would have bought riding by himself. Sometimes it's a very good option. But here he doesn't really... Like, he wants to get in the water. And he wants to use the technologies like hunting or maybe farming to upgrade his cities. But riding is still useful.
I've got a hunch that the water's going to be useful for this one. Something tells me.
Something. But yeah, that rider will be useful. He doesn't need to spend a road immediately in picking up that village towards the south, getting the lighthouse down there as well. Yeah, Civet, if he picks up that village in the northeast, which he can step on next turn, then he has a Grand Bazaar right ahead of him now. And we're going to see a nice explorer from Civet. He's going to be the first one to pick up Meister's lighthouse. And if we've been paying attention, he's got the east one, the west one, the south. All that's left is that northern lighthouse, and he can pick up an Eye of God.
Sorry, the comparison between the two Fog of Wars is a little bit nuts there.
Yeah. What no explorers does to someone.
Yeah, I mean... Meister doesn't... His people don't even know that... They know there's a water there. They know generally what a border is, but... Meanwhile, Civet have mapped it, and frankly, they figured out the Earth flat.
I wonder if a Polytopian's ever just walked off the edge.
I like to think that's what happens when you resign.
They just all walk off the edge.
Yeah, everyone just walks... That's it, like lemmings. They just walk straight off the edge.
Yeah.
Right, let's see what he can do with that expanded vision. Again, he has full vision. He can see the ruin. He can see, obviously, the tiny little river, and he can see those villages off in the north and east. That middle one's going to be very contentious, but it's one that Meister doesn't even know exists. So maybe he can grab it a little bit early, but defending it is another thing entirely. What do you reckon? Do you think we're going to see a bridge over there? Yeah, a giant bridge straight across?
It's very possible. I mean, with him getting the giant the way he has right now, I think he might drop a Park of Fortune on not the central city. Okay. I guess he's most interested not getting hunting, but using the techs he has, pushing in the water.
Well, the only information that Meister's going to have is through the score. He can't see that there's a giant right on the other side of that tiny little... And he doesn't even... Well, obviously he does know it's a river. I imagine he could sort of guess that, but... He doesn't know anything that's going on over there.
Yeah, I mean, So I know I talked a little bit about not imagining Meister getting demoralized, but being at this point in the series, one game to one, this being all the cards right now, and seeing that score, I think Meister does have reason to be demoralized, especially seeing it continue to grow, doubling.
I mean, 6 cities to 3 is a large deficit, but hey, there are those cities off in the sort of the east that he could potentially try and get to. There are options that he could have. They just all don't seem like good ones.
Yeah, I think Civet's his main goal is just to go ahead and pick up some upgrades here. Like he wants to Double workshop was an option, but he's going for this instead. So I wonder if he's going to go after an explorer.
Sorry, what
here.
is? Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're right. Oh, there we go. Boom.
Yeah, and now that since he got the explorer, he has the stars to upgrade his east city if he uses that on that northeast Ankla city, northwest. Depends on where he wants to put his monument.
He's gonna be. He looks like. He looks like he's gonna be giving a good go to try and buck the tradition of the reverse sweep here, isn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, double the city count, double the score, double the income.
Yep. In fact, I think sometimes I can hear Meister in the background. Sounds like a cat, but that's actually what Meister sounds like.
A very tortured cat, no less.
Why would you specify that?
Paid no attention, you know. Someone
Not
like
even a
very
little bit.
cruel must take care of him.
Well, another city for Meister. Berghug, which is a great name for a city. Let's see what he can do from here.
Yeah, Meister will be able to go ahead and pick up his own, like a Grand Bazaar and such, just another village off to the east, making the most of his riders. But that's not for another like 2 or 3 turns. Whereas, okay, Civic gets a Star Ruin too. I don't know if that was necessary, but I do know that it happened. So, and a workshop here. So kind of interested to see an explorer just to uncover the rest of the fog, but that would probably need him to get sailing first. And I imagine he just gets sailing, steps on the island village, and then takes an explorer there. But what else does he want to do this turn? He could get a port and animal to giant to push in that central village.
He's going for that village. Again, I think he's sort of just making sure his base is solid before making any sort of moves here. 2 giants here. Or give a prediction on turn number.
I think turn number?
17.
Yeah, it is a kind of slower one. The capital is pretty well protected. It really depends on, because Meister has like his day's over as soon as this game ends. He's making us wait, but you know, his tournament is more important.
Well, look, we don't know. We don't know. Again, if there was anyone that could pull off an upset, it is Meister. So I don't want to count him out.
No.
He doesn't know the extent to which he's facing. Is the only thing I would say. That's the thing he's lacking right now. It's 6 cities to 4. He does have great command over his knowledge of the scoreboard, so he will start to understand, obviously, where he's going with this. Let's see. And there's the giant. In another world, he just runs straight into the fog, grabs the city, and Civet is too shocked to defend.
Might be some kind of something with cloaks.
Yeah.
To go after his capital like that. I mean, really, stranger things have happened is the motto for Polytopia. You don't think someone can win? Stranger things have happened.
It's a terrible motto for a game.
3 giants enter the water.
There you go, sailing.
Yeah, the first scout. I guess no explorer necessary. Just gonna pick up vision of these scouts. Apt name.
Just instantly attacks as well. That's got to be rough from Meister's point of view. 3 juggernauts in the water, and 1 million more on the way.
And all from the fog too. Can't even see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Imagine being Meister looking at this and be like, "What is going on that side of the continent?"
Yeah, he's trying to pick up that east village, but with these 2 scouts in the water, either the rider or the warrior, whatever he puts down, is not going to survive.
He can't even see where the scouts are.
I mean, go ahead, pick up the lighthouse, but your warrior's not making it, I'm sorry to say.
Farming?
Yeah, farming. Okay. This is what Meister was looking at, like a long-term idea. Just getting all of his cities upgraded as much as possible.
Well, look, the city count is looking comparable. I know it's, the quality of city is different. The stars are looking somewhat comparable, so again, let's working. Not. Yeah, let him cook. Let's see what he can do in the kitchen.
And Meister has a job and he's doing it. Now, Civit's surely putting...
Oh, sorry, I don't know why. I just thought that you were going to say that as if, like, that was like a detriment to his Polytopia play. You know, like, he has a job, so let's not forget that. His shift starts in 15 minutes.
No, surely Polytopia is his job. He's a professional.
Well, let's see how much longer he's a professional for in this game. He's going to be checking the score. Again, he still can't see 3 Juggernauts running at him. Where do you think these Juggernauts are going?
That one city. I guess Meister's own is probably going to go into the water next turn. Meister's going to pick up fishing. Drop a port, maybe. It's possible. Like, he doesn't see enough, basically, to know.
Chat, does he know?
No. That's the problem. I think this rider is going to go after, like, the scout, like, hit it once. Bounce away, but he's not picking up the Grand Bazaar city over in the east. We're going to see a solid 8 city against 5, and then Civit should pick up the east village as well. I mean, if you're Civit, you gotta feel good about your position.
You gotta feel more than good.
You gotta feel ecstatic, wonderful.
I'd be honestly at this point, I'd start sending messages to Ramdingler. Like, I'm coming for you. Right, well, I said turn 17. That might be an optimistic one. You didn't even say a turn. He still doesn't know. Well,
I mean, it really,
there we go.
There
now,
the 11 stars.
To be fair, the longer he waits, the more stars he gets for discovering him, right?
Yes,
so,
yes.
that is 11 stars. So maybe this was just an elaborate strategy. Watch this. We're going to see something big here. 35 stars. It's not an insignificant amount.
Yeah, he's got a lot he can do with this, but he still needs to pick up fishing. Or maybe he just goes into diplomacy. Runs a cloak at the capital and just hopes. I mean, it's difficult when it's easy to be demoralized when you see the score difference and you see that they have, your 2 lighthouses and you have no vision on them.
Yeah, he still doesn't know what's in that fog. He doesn't know what's waiting for him.
Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're going to see this city get sieged on the next turn by a giant.
Also, the people want to know if you're going to let the cat out.
No. No. It's for the cat's safety. No, if the cat goes out, not a safe environment out there. It's city burns, yeah. And there we go, we do get construction, so we're less worried about the potential of a giant siege on that Tajqual city next turn. But it's still going to be expensive on siege.
See what he's going to do here. Pushing everything towards the ports. Everyone's going. Another village about to be taken. Turn into a city.
I feel like I'm in a similar position to where I was last game, explaining like how satisfying it is when
there we go.
You get the nice transition into all the text. Like
2 sieges. Sorry, yeah. I know you're talking about text, but look, 2 sieges.
No, this is the important part.
2 sieges pushes a little bit earlier than I think we were anticipating. We were expecting to build up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think this Meister. Yeah, you can resign.
There it is. There it is. Didn't have full vision, but knew enough to see that 2 sieges would be enough. And that is it for Meister. Someone tipped to go all the way. Someone tipped to win last year. Goes out in the semi-finals of the Yadakk Qualifier. Now we might see him try and qualify with another tribe later on. But for now, his journey ends here. And it's Civit that not only defies expectations by defeating Meisterlab, but also defies tradition of the reverse sweep. There we go. So we know that it's going to be him versus Ramdingler. Civit or Ramdingler will represent the Yadakk tribe potentially on the world stage. We'll take a look at the bracket here. That is going to be our next matchup very, very shortly here indeed. In a moment, we are going to take a little bit of a short break. But for now, you were saying Meister. You were saying Meister all the way. Now, Civit versus Ramdingler. I have to ask you the question. What do you think?
I mean, this is obviously an upset, but I don't think we've seen the last of Meister in this tournament. Now, as for the actual Yadakk finals right now, we have the defiant Civit versus the obstinate Ramdingler. And I think they're going to be like, bulls, horns, crashing the entire way down. Again, we were, characterizing them so it's a little more calm, cool, like calculating. Ramdingler plays on a very strong intuition, very like quick punishing. Like he recognizes mistakes, knows the patterns. Like,
but will he find any mistakes with Civet? That's the question,
Yeah, I mean, Civet just played a series of beautiful games against Meister there. Like he had a very challenging spawn in that second game as well. Did a lot of like very nice plays throughout. I don't like, who do I have to give it to? I mean, I have my favorites, but like it's really
go on.
close.
Who's your favorite?
Like,
go on.
Ramdingler.
Ramdingler, there you go. Well, chaps, you've heard what my co-caster thinks of the matchup, but it's up to them to prove it. We're going to take a short break and be back for the final and see if Ramdingler can live up to Anna Funny's expectations. We'll see you in a bit.
Whoa!
Okay, we have to talk about
He
it.
claims this crowd like flames, living boys!
Hello and welcome back. You've grown a tail, but more importantly, we are just about to see the final between Ramdingler and Civet to see who is going to be taking the crown of the Yadakk tribe and potentially taking them all the way to the grand finals. It's been a day of contention, I would say. We've gone 2-1 for Ramdingler against Oplex, 2-1 Civet against Maistamper in a massive upset. 2-1s across the board, frankly. Very, very hard fought games, and I don't think it's going to get any less hard fought with Ramdingler and Civet. Let's not forget the tribe that these guys are playing for, the Yadakk tribe. Do you want to take me through one final time for today who the Yadakk are? What makes them so different?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just like the road tribe, the road tribe, and also the best theme music in the game tribe. But you know, the way they start off, just connecting all of their cities, moving quickly throughout the game. They're like very versatile. Love to see like the monuments, like the bazaar pops up all the time. Important for all the tribes, but especially for Yadakk. And again, I think we pointed out what they dislike before, but like, you know, pointing out what they like: discounts, respectful business practices, capitalism. I mean, like, I think it really tells you everything you need to know about Yadakk.
Well, the thing that they don't like is the Vengir, who, by the way, chaps, at this time next week, we are going to be seeing the Vengir tribe have their competition. So Yadakk today, Kickoo last week, Vengir tomorrow and next week, and Vengir could be you. If you want to sign up, chaps, you can do that now. The Vengir qualifiers haven't quite happened yet. So if you want to participate, if you want us to be casting your games, if you want to win the chance of going to Stockholm for a $10,000 grand prize, then why not sign up? There's nothing stopping you. But before we get there, Ramdingler versus Civet. We talked about it briefly before. You are favoring Ramdingler in this exchange, right?
Yeah, I think Ramdingler's played more tournaments, live games, stuff like that. They're both great players, but like I'm expecting more from Ramdingler here. Expecting him to pull through.
Right.
Very close.
Right, and as we've seen, he is willing to go the full hour. It's worth saying, chaps, this is going to be a best of 3, and then 8 of the 12 tribes that will go to the grand final. So there's still one more step for Ramdingler or Civet if they do manage to see off their opponent this time around. Ramdingler, more aggressive the two, more experienced perhaps. You said ready to pounce on any mistake. Those were the words you used. I'm not just saying that because you have a cat in your hand. Civet, though, might not give the opportunity for any mistakes. Very cold, calm, calculating, and frankly knows exactly how the game may turn out in any given situation. So I think we're going to see a close game. I think it's going to be 1-1. And then I think Civet's going to take it. I'm going 2-1 Civet. So you think Ramdingler? Okay. I think Civet. Just based on how they're playing, based on what I've seen, I can't see anything that Civet's done wrong at all. I can't see anything Ramdingler's done wrong either. But I like being a contrarian. Chaps, it's time to get into the grand finals to decide who will represent the Yadakk tribe and potentially take them all the way to Stockholm. Don't look away for a second. Blink and you might miss it. We start now. Game 1.
I think I agree about that 1-1 part of the prediction. It's been a very topsy-turvy series of games. No road for Civet in the opening. Okay. This is a common idea for Yadakk in the opening, but it's also one we just haven't seen today.
Do you want to explore that a little bit further? Why is that such a shocking thing that we haven't seen?
Yeah. Normally you love using roads to upgrade, just for the fact that it gets you to your villages faster, and just looking at the stars to population rate, if you're spending 6 stars and you're placing 2 roads down, it gets you population on both your cities. Then another if you're in the initial opening rate, another 3 stars will get you another 2 population. So it's like 9 stars in, 4 population out, and it gets you to all your villages faster. So it is slightly more expensive than, say a fruit or org, which is 2 stars per population. It's just excess population, which will be necessary later, like stars you're going to eventually spend. It gets you to your villages faster, everything like that. But in cases like this, where the water is cutting us off the access to the center of the map, we're seeing him skip that because, again, like we laid out with the math, it is a little bit cheaper in getting those initial upgrades, if a little bit slower in his start.
Both players there not getting the Explorer they potentially wanted, neither one of them uncovering the all-elusive corner of the map. What they do uncover is their opponent sitting right in front of them, and potentially a point of contention on that village there as well. What do you think? Do you think both sides are going to try and prevent the other from taking that village? Who do you think's in the better position there?
Yeah, I feel like Ramding was much closer. And then if you look at how the villages are laid out, this shush village isn't even close enough.
Mate, you can just tell me to be quiet. You don't need to shush me.
But yeah, Civit's going to need a couple of roads in order to kick Ramdingler off that village. So Ramdingler is forcing him to get riders without even stepping on the village yet.
Interesting. I mean, again, both these players capable of sort of reading a couple of moves ahead of their opponent. Let's see if perhaps one of the misreads here. Ramdingler, quite a fast player, but matched only in speed by Civit himself.
Yeah, look at the clocks, actually. Civit has like a full minute advantage almost on turn 5.
With these two, we may actually need another digit in front of what we've got here. The speed they play, the timer may not exist for either one of them, functionally speaking.
Ramdingler slips into a bit of a thing, deciding, hey, can I step on this village? And he goes, yes, I can. I just need to get riders myself. And it seems like I think his intuition was spot on right here. Like, Civit's going to need to buy 2 roads that are, inconveniently placed for him to kick Ramdingler off just 1 turn. It doesn't have the stars anymore to get, rider on top of that. He needs another rider trained on that village up in the north to keep Ram off for another turn. The question of technique, like so he has to place the roads north of his village, northwest, attack with the warrior, then the rider, bounce the rider away from the village because he can't leave a unit on there, otherwise Ram gets it. But there's nowhere that's good for him to bounce back. And also, it would allow Ram to use his own rider, bounce on top of the village. So there's no real good way for Civit to take this village, or try to even stop Ramdingler from taking it, now that he's picked up the rider.
I like to think that was you were just narrating Civit's inner thoughts, inner monologue there. It's exactly bit by bit what's going to happen. If he does this, I do that. If he does this, I do that.
The only difference is that Civit figured that out in like 5 seconds.
Fair enough. So you're saying that Civit, who is taking an extraordinary amount of time for what we just said, to think. I mean, you were saying previously, think on your opponent's time. But the debate has to be surrounding this village, right? Surrounding whether or not he's seeing something that you haven't laid out here and decides instead to go the other way and not contest the village there, which will be surrendered to Ramdingler next turn. You have to imagine this does put the momentum in Ramdingler's favor, and he's a player that does deal well with momentum. Very momentum-based, in fact. So, let's see.
Ramdingler starts off with a Star Ruin, so perfect.
Very
Not ask for better if you Ram. Civit's trying to reorganize his... so moving from pushing towards the center, trying to contest new idea. He's going to go ahead and work towards this village in the south, expand down there. That's a wonderful explorer from Ram, too. Normally, you might be a little upset about your explorers heading backwards, but not if it, gets you on your Grand Bazaar, if he's able to road up to these 2 villages early on. And Ram reorienting his rider, which was initially defensive, and allowed him to push towards the center, and moving it down south, trying to keep his opponent off the village down there, for just like 3 roads down. Yeah, Civit can try to step on here, but big mistake. Ramdingler sees that, and will be able to kick off this rider. And now Civit's going to be stuck on these 3 villages while Ramdingler goes ahead.
That's what you were saying. Ramdingler will punish mistakes. Civit doesn't necessarily make one, but we've highlighted one here. Let's see, does Ramdingler exploit that mistake that you pointed out? You have to expect him to, right?
Yeah, this is also a classic of live Polytopia. In correspondence formats, it doesn't really matter what order you do your turn in. In live,
there are the roads.
Sometimes it's common that you'll see a player save a devastating thing like this for the very end of the turn.
There we go.
But yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yep,
What an early game that was. Ramdingler 1-0. Like we said, Ramdingler will punish mistakes. Absolutely will punish them. Will Civet make them? He clearly did right there. A very quick, I mean, how long was that? 6 minutes? 5-6 minutes? Very early. I mean, look, Civet, a calculated player that can see that far in advance, but talk me through your take on the game.
I think Civet just didn't have the vision on Ramdingler. It was a gamble. Like, if Ramdingler sees that I'm on here, he can punish me. Well, there's a chance he can punish me because Civet doesn't even know where all Ramdingler's units are. If he doesn't, this is my only way to stay in the game. Yeah. Like, it's an all or nothing play that he made, and it just didn't work out for him.
Happens. But honestly, I think that has to be it, because otherwise you're looking at a situation where you're slowly going to be whittled away. You're looking at this slow attrition, and yeah, you might be able to hold him off for the hour. But then you lose at the end of that hour. Sometimes, and this is my personal opinion, it's better to go for the all or nothing in the earlier games. You know? It's not like if he loses here, it's over, right? So you go for the all or nothing. Try, nope, didn't work. Well, I was just going to grind out a loss here. Fresh start, now we go again. I think that's the play, personally, especially a player like we've seen Civet playing. He's perfectly capable of doing that. And I will see if Ramdingler can make it 2-0. But what a quick game to start with, huh?
Yeah, I mean, really, it was just how did Civet get to that position to begin with? And it was a question of his choice of riding and trying to contest the center, which didn't end up working out. He didn't have to investigate too long to figure it out earlier. He did bite into Ramdingler's time bank a little bit there. So they were throwing some blows, you know, mentally and such, but not really with the Polytopia units on the board.
Again, it's interesting that at this high level, you can kind of go, right, I'm going all or nothing. Didn't work out. That's the game. There's no recovering from this. And again, some people criticize that sort of thing. Oh, no, play it out to its full. But you're really underestimating. If you've never played any sort of like competitive e-sport, especially in front of a live crowd, especially with the stakes very high, sometimes it is better to go right, mental reset. And we'll see now what his mental state is going into this game that he has to win. Ramdingler has one to burn. Maybe he sits back a little bit, plays around. But any second now, we're going to get straight back in. I mean, Ramdingler want to know, your bet is feeling a little bit safer. And if you can win the next one, he's one step closer to the grand finals in Stockholm, which, by the way, you can purchase your tickets for right now. Would highly recommend. I was a host last time. I know was a caster. We had several community members, people who tried to qualify, didn't end up turning up anyway. And I can guarantee you, it's if you're interested in Polytopia, it's a lot of fun. I would highly recommend. Everyone there, incredibly lovely. Let's see if this is going to be a lovely game for either Ramdingler or Civet here as we begin what could be the deciding match for the Yadakk tribe. It could also be just one more step along the journey of one of these players. Take it away.
Yeah, and Civet going again, pushing away from the center of the map. He's finding where the most resources are. This is, I guess, something that's still in contention about Yadakk openings. It was like there are some players who would have absolutely pushed solely to the north in that kind of start. But Civet rewarded for it with the 2 villages he finds early on, able to connect those up and, you know, get this lighthouse to start upgrading as well. I think he's going to launch an explorer from his capital here in Workshop. Okay. So no explorers yet. Does not feel that he has, you know, vision on his opponent after that, and like the, you know, triple upgrade shenanigans that we saw Meister pull in the other game. And then additionally, just the fact that Ram's score was under the 1,000 point threshold probably motivated Civet to avoid the explorer for another turn. Under 1,000 points of score, Ram's only going to trade him 3 stars when they meet, versus now Ram will trade 5 stars. But really, it's an if they meet, because look at where the water is. This explorer does not, it's not guaranteed. We might see a lot of workshops from Civet, and not much in the way of workshops. Sorry, explorers.
Oh no, you've misspoke. Sorry, that's it. You're off. By the way, just wanted to point out, 81% of the YouTube live audience thinks that Ramdingler will be the next Yadakk champion. We'll see if those odds change, because obviously they are on a 10-minute delay. Everyone in chat, hello. I'm recognizing you and reading your chats right now. For example, hello, Mythic. I see you there. Now, what do you think of the starts? Who would you rather be in this situation?
It's interesting. We don't really see enough of the map, and the advantages that we have for Ramdingler are still pretty abstract. I'm just saying abstract for the fact that we don't know what's in those ruins. It's a gamble.
Mm-hmm.
If the ruins are really good, then hey, maybe I like Ramdingler's position. If the ruins are really bad, hey, maybe I like Civit's position. So until we see those ruins play out, it's difficult to say. I do like the density that we're seeing on Civit's side, just like the pure number of villages that he's playing with over here. He might have a very early bazaar. It's difficult for Ram just with how far away that Oracle village is. Like, get everything linked up really early on. But again, the ruins could change everything, so have to see how those play out.
Alright, let's see what Civit does here on his turn. This is going to be a very cagey one. You know that, right?
Oh,
Look at
absolutely.
just the expanse of water in front.
They're like the water ripping through like a knife.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Farming right away. Okay.
Interesting.
This is enough population on his capital to get a giant with just the farms. 2 veteran swordsmen. Now I've seen, you know, in games previous, especially that first Meister Civic game, how the swordsmen were very instrumental in, you know, getting the advantage going. But here, where the players are so separated, traditionally, swordsman not the best ruin result to get. You'd love to see some stars, but
2 of them is crazy, by the way.
Yeah. I'm also going to go ahead and say that it is not the worst ruin result possible. What I'm seeing for Ramdingler is...
sorry.
Oh, shoot. Something worse. Some tech that he's not going to use. The climbing and meditation, maybe. No, the benefit I see in the swordsman is just that I'm looking at maybe... There's potentially 4 villages that Ramdingler's units are trying to get. And just having more units on the board immediately to go and grab all of them... I think Ramdingler can benefit from that a ton. So on the west end, Ramdingler's Explorer meets, and he's going to get 7 whole stars. And yeah, there's the first veteran swordsman moving into his opponent's territory. His opponent's side of the map with a bridge.
Now, how would he have known that village was there, just for people at home?
So the village, no guarantee on knowing the... You can see at the edge where all of the land tiles connect with any of the water tiles, there's a little bit of lighter blue. Those are the shorelines, so even through the fog you can see sometimes a little lighter shade of blue, and you can tell that on the other side of that fog is a land tile. You can go ahead and place your bridge there. Once he's placed the bridge there, you can see the little road stemming out from it, so... evaluate if there's a village creating that or some other road. But yeah, Ram's in a little bit of a think. He's got 4 stars, so it's a question of, do I train some units? Do I save for maybe rioters or into fishing? Do I just buy a road and step on here? Yeah. And he's just gonna go step on there, and it's perfectly safe too. A little isolated island village.
Civic with 6 cities to Ramdingler's 3. There we go. Does meet his opponent. Does see another city, another village there as well. Oh, that's a lovely explorer. My God.
Yeah. Getting all the important vision.
All right, let's see.
Taking a little break.
I think he's surely Civic has to invest heavy into the C game here. All right, more vision. Does he get that corner? Does. On the last one. Well, not quite the last one, but damn, close enough. So he has to assume that there's a village there, right? Like, he has to know. If he's seen the bridge, if he's seen that there's a land there, if he's seen that there's a veteran swordsman nearby, he has to assume there's something of interest there. Well, he'll find out next turn. But...
There's a mathematical proof of a village being there, just in where you can see the resources. Because we talked about this a little earlier, a little flash, but the resources are spawned in by the villages themselves after just how the map generation works. I have God for Civet, and that's going to be the last population he needs on his giant. He got his Grand Bazaar as well, so he's sitting on 3 monuments right now.
Wow. That's a great start. Now, I don't... Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Geographically, it would look to me like there's a slight advantage for Ram... Well, not really anymore. But those are some good monuments he'll have now to chuck down. I don't know if those explorers did their work and then some, eh?
Yeah, I mean... So it's a very asymmetrical position.
Yes.
They both have really good things going for them, but it's just different. Like what Civet has going for him is like he's got all these high-level cities. He's planning on getting like 3 giants on the next couple of turns. Like he can't buy them now, but he's going to get a giant on that Kian city next turn and this Old Shark city as well. I think like 4 giants even possible. Ramdingler is a little slower on his expansion,
but here come the cities.
He's going to have more cities. Yeah, no water, so this mountain is going to block him from seeing most of what's going on with Civet, but it does get him that East Lighthouse.
And suddenly takes an advantage of cities, and next turn as well. Well, next turn, sorry, he'll take the advantage of cities. Maybe a better place to take that one down there as well in the far east, but can he protect it? Again, it's decentralized versus centralized, I think, gameplay going to be happening here ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, the math of more is more does work for Ramdingler in a map like this, where they're so spread out across the water. It's like difficult to launch an attack, but I don't know, Civet's attack is huge, and the little river they have going between them is not so massive to keep Ramdingler insulated and defended forever. His villages are all low level, pretty weak. His income isn't that great. Very difficult to see how he defends. But if he can defend, he does have something to play for.
Well, we have seen him defend before, and this might be a map where that kind of staunch defense that we saw in his first game may be exactly what he needs here. However,
absolutely.
How many giants is that now?
We're at 3 giants for Civet on turn 9. And we have more arriving.
And he can't.
What, 1 million more on the way, we said?
That was it. Right, there we go. Another city going to come soon. And then, well, we'll have to see from there.
Yeah.
That's just such a big income difference.
Yeah, like Ram is able to improve his position, but like he needs time to do it, really. He needs time to upgrade his cities first, and then after
he doesn't know about the precarious position he's in, to be clear. He doesn't have the vision to see what is happening on the other side of that river. He doesn't know how sort of fast he needs to push. He might find out now.
And he sees the giants, and he's like, woo. Really hoping, there he goes. Gets his Eye of God. It's another monument for him. He uses it immediately. And on the right city, he is probably planning a defense there that involves a giant push. So there, Ram gets his own first giant on turn 9. He has another monument to use. That should be, right in the middle. To get border growth or population growth. So probably seeing fish and port into a giant there in the center of the map soon. That's his defense there, but now the question is, how is he defending this southwest city where the 2 juggernauts are coming in? The veteran swordsman is a pretty decent defense initially, but he might lose that city pretty quickly. And the bigger problem for him is, even after the initial defense is over, how is he going to play without any access to the water if he's just getting kind of trounced there?
These are all good questions that I don't have an answer for, but maybe Ramdingler does. He's sure enough taken his sweet time to decide what he's going to do next. He perhaps knows the importance of these very, very next turns. Just, like you say, he's going to have a city advantage. Well, he's going to have a city advantage temporarily, because surely Civet then takes that city over in the west.
Yeah, I think there's might be a little west-east exchange. Ramdingler's not even trying to fight him on that city over there.
No.
He has way too many points that he needs to defend. It's difficult to, find the life in this position, but, gotta give points to Ramdingler. He is very obviously trying.
And the income's looking good. Let's see now what Civet does. Does he go early? Does push his units to the board. You can see he had that queued up in the meantime. Remember, time that Ramdingler was spent thinking, Civet had that same amount of time, had his moves queued up, and now it's the water that is Civet's to control. And his position to lose, really, when it comes to at least the immediate future of this lake river thing. I guess technically it's a lake, but it looks more like a river to me.
Yeah, got the Juggernauts lined up, all ready to I don't know. I'm kind of scared to say what they're going to do to Ramdingler, but they might Ramdingle him.
Yeah, I've seen people use that verb a lot. It's confusing and scares me. All right, let's see. He also again can't see, doesn't have the vision of where those Juggernauts are. So he's gonna have to sort of make some moves in blindly, really. And we saw how costly that was for Civet last turn, or last game, I should say.
I think we're definitely seeing roads to the East Village, giant in the center. But then the question of what do you even do in a position like this? Like, you need to keep your villages alive, first priority. But then the second priority of actually, winning the game, or getting anything. Like, how do you continue to keep, breathe life into your villages, continue defending them? Especially against, you get the Giants initially. This is a good start for Ramdingler. But that western city, as soon as that veteran swordsman's gone, and they're pushing the Juggernauts into you, you put all your monuments that you're really going to get down already. So there's not population for even a wall there, unless you're gonna spend 16 stars for 2 ports fished. And then once you get the wall, does that even defend?
Again, it's like we're saying, we've got to see something here. Okay, right, does in fact go for that village. He has to push, I know it seems counterintuitive because he's probably in the weaker of the two places, but he has to make a play because to do nothing is to invite a slow attritional death here. He doesn't know exactly what he's up against, which also is a little bit tricky, but he'll figure out soon enough, as you can see the difference in time left on the clock, really representing how much or how different these positions are. Civet with a consolidated position, it's very obvious what his next moves are. Ramdingler, not quite in the same position.
Yeah, and you can tell Civet is tough opposition. You don't want to fight him if you're aiming to win, that is. Great player, love to, interesting, make you think, make you sweat. But
yeah, there comes the push.
There we go, going after the veteran swordsman. A lot of damage there. Does he finish it off with sailing or something? Turn that into a scout?
Yep, he does.
Yeah.
How many is that? 4 Juggernauts in the water?
4 Juggernauts.
A scout, a couple warriors.
Yeah, and he's going after the giant instead of the swordsman. Yeah, so it looks like there's a simple tactic he's setting up in the west. He's asking Ram, how are you going to defend? I'm going to push my Juggernauts down here over in the west, and then I'm going to siege your city. Your giants are all going to be out of range. You should resign. I'm going to also steal your city in the east. Everything's going to collapse. Ram's got a ruin, and it's a star ruin. It's a great start, starting with 47 stars per turn. Farming, he's got 4 farms, 5 with this city he's capturing in the east, across all his cities. More cities than farms. Still picks up farming. What's the plan, Ram? Thinking about buying another tech before capturing the city over in the east, it looks like.
Well, I mean,
Otherwise, that
how
would
do
be
you
a pretty
counter someone who's
automatic.
spending, what, 50% of their star GDP on the military, you know? See what he can do.
Another explorer.
Explorer? Yeah, he's started to see the danger he's in, I think.
That might even be like a Desperado explorer. Like, I'm not giving you the extra 1 star per turn. Or the vision.
I think he just
Upgrade
wanted to
because
see
I
what he's
think
up
I'm gonna
against.
lose it.
I think he's
Yeah.
thinking about it. I think he's really thinking, how do I possibly counter this?
I mean, Ram's tenacious, and there's no real reason to resign here, but it is feeling like we're getting closer. Like, how does Ram come back from this?
Well, I think the difference between Ram's first game and this one is that Civet will push, you know? We saw that first game, there was a very, like, I mean, a good position was taken, a good position was not pushed. Whereas Civet, you can very clearly see, got himself established and went, right, now I need to go forwards. So I think Civet will force the action either way. Ram held on to that first game because he could. There was a chance. He got the archers, he got the riders, and started to maybe poke a couple of holes in. They did end up losing on a judge's decision, but that obviously is not everything. And he gets another giant and is potentially now thinking about, well, not thinking about, is going to be planning his defense. But again, there it is, the time. Whereas
Like,
it starts to stack, doesn't it? The longer that he spends, like, the less time he has, the more time Civet has for doing thinking on Ram Dingler's time, because then he can go immediately, action, and then Ram's back on his turn once again, and doesn't only have to react to what's just happened, has to come up with a plan on the fly, whereas Civet enacting a plan and thinking on Ram Dingler's time. It is starting to snowball a bit here.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that Civet didn't go for the siege over on that Armork city. If he had the ability with his this Juggernaut that he just moved west for the splash damage to go ahead and pick up that siege, but I guess
It's ramming.
He got
Maybe he's
ramming.
concerned about that giant coming in from behind.
yeah, he's got another 2 like scouts or rammers he can make, some combination of them, and the rest of his units to move. So I am wondering how the rest of his turn is going to plan out, because I didn't expect it to start the way it did. But I think it looks like his main goal, or like what he's trying to accomplish right now, is pressure around the center. You know, again, very common idea, kill off all the supports. And yeah, he doesn't need to get his Juggernaut out of the water with the rammer, since he can siege like this. And you might notice there are not enough units around to unsiege, or you might think, but Ramdingler just puts a port east of the city and gets Juggernaut splash damage. With that and the warrior where it is, Ramdingler will unsiege this warrior, or at least he has the ability to, as well as picking up a huge amount of splash damage on the rafts and scout. Juggernaut in the east is not faring well against the Juggernauts there. The central city is feeling very vulnerable to a siege. Yeah, I guess what Civet's doing is asking, do you want your central city lost, or this one pathetic city over the southwest lost? Because if Ramdingler does go for the play I outlined with the Juggernaut splash in the port, I mean, one, that's a hefty chunk of stars, 7 there, on getting the port set up at all, but then also he's not using his giant to defend his central city. The question, of course, is how would he then? Probably doesn't. Probably doesn't without the giant there. Probably doesn't defend the east city either. It seems like if there are 3 points of attack, those 3 cities, he's losing all of them right now.
Yeah, again, we've seen that he will sort of sit and defend to his last breath. You have to think that last gasp is, whilst he can stall it, will it ever stop?
Yeah,
And again, it's the 40 seconds left. He's not playing his usual fast game. It's not like he's rattled per se, but there are no good options. He does retreat from the city.
Yeah, he's got to give up the city in the southwest, and he has to prevent a siege right now. If he doesn't prevent a siege right now, he loses that Central City too. Yeah, this is difficult. I think after he loses this most Central City was probably where, when that happens, I'm expecting a resignation. But until that happens, like he'll lose the Southwest City, he'll lose the East City. Does not matter, not until the Central City is gone.
But look at, I mean, the waterways are blocked really with the sheer quantity of troops here. And you have to think he's setting up for that next attack.
Yeah, I mean, like, on Civit's side, he has both sailing and ramming. So these, Juggernaut inroads that, you've seen, like, Meister use earlier. Just not as effective here. Feels like, yeah, the rammer's taking out the Juggernaut again. And then just sacrificing his rammers into this giant. Civit recognizes what his win condition is. I take out this city and you resign, right?
Well, we'll see again. Ram is not really one. We haven't seen him resign yet, have we?
No. I mean, usually he wins, so like we don't see him play slowly, but now we don't see him resign. But
there it is.
You're just getting, different side of Ram when he's put up against this kind of resistance from Civit.
It does feel like we're going to be going into game 3 unless Ram can do something. It's just a case of, well, there's something to be said again of fighting a losing battle to its last breath, but it's the mentality. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah.
To try and counter.
I mean, you can't give up going into the final game of the final set of like everything.
There's always something that can happen.
Like you're giving up on yourself at that point. Like Ram's fighting, like he's still fighting this match right now. Like he has to believe in himself throughout this entire game, so that way he gets to game 3, like still with that confidence. Like, yeah, I'm gonna play better than you. You're gonna make more mistakes that I can capitalize on. I believe that. You don't believe in yourself, who's going to?
You apparently. You believe in Ram Dingler here and that.
Wow, do I believe in that he's gonna win this game?
You
But
never know.
the match, I think it's the attitude, There's a healthy amount of self-delusion in these kinds of things. You can tell yourself and really believe something. It doesn't have to be true, but it might motivate you to the ends that you're trying to reach anyways. Yeah, Ram Dingler has a crazy 50 stars right now, and I wonder where he wants to spend all of those.
I'm wondering as well, because he has more stars than he has seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Civit is there's an alternative win condition where if you bank 10 minutes of all the increments, you can actually win like that. It looks like Civit's going for that right now, getting closer than anyone has today, I think. Should clarify.
Say that again?
Should clarify, there is no 10-minute win condition.
Right.
Civit's playing as if there is, though. Like there's no tomorrow.
Well, again, he knows what he needs to do. It's pretty standard to him, at least, what his next steps are. Take out the units, keep pushing forwards, keep extending the difference. There we go. I mean, that city is not going to be in the best place, I think. It's that central one. There we go.
A big giant siege.
I can't see him taking anything out of that.
No. Soon as I imagine that the Central City falls and Ram's able to resign, but who knows? We haven't seen him resign yet, so
No, we have not.
he's tenacious. He's determined.
10 units slain for Civit there. Oof.
Oh, just gets his killer
11.
monument now.
God, that'll be another one as well soon. Yeah, I think he's gonna go for it. Boom, 12, giant gone. Really putting the screws in it, because me personally, if I'm Civit, I want this game to go as long as possible. I know I've won. I'm enjoying my victory lap. You see, this is the thing again when we talk about mentality versus mentality beyond just skill of the game, right? Doing a victory tour and dancing on your opponent's grave is a fantastic way to enter into game 3. It really is. And the longer that goes on, the better it is for you. We saw Civet resign in the first game, sort of very, very quickly once the position was untenable. And we're not seeing that from Ram this game. And now we're starting to see what that means in terms of Civet and what Civet can do. Really put the screws to him. On the flip side, Ram is going to make him bleed for every little sort of scrap of the city he can take. There you go, defense siege.
Yeah, but now I'm looking at the middle one where he has one warrior in range against the 37 health giant.
Listen.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Have you ever heard of Samson or Achilles? These great individual warriors, you know? I mean, David and Goliath, you know? The history is full of times where the smaller guy or the singular soldier can do wonderful things. Now, I'm convinced if that warrior attacks that 37 health giant, he wins. I have nothing to prove that, but I'm going to manifest it. Watch, just you watch.
So ridiculous here is how close Ram got to actually giant pushing there. He's one population short. After the border growth on this city, he opened up a couple new forests to burn. So that's no, there's the population with the hunting. There's an animal north of the city. I didn't see it. There we go. What he's short of though is stars.
There it is. Ramdingler with a resignation. Ladies and gentlemen, not a single sweep for us today. We will, in fact, be going all the way. Game 3 after game 3 after game 3. And the final will be decided by a single game left. Wow, what a series. Yadakk Tribe really pulling out all the stops for us here today as a spectator sport. What's your take on that game?
That game was interesting. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say interesting. Civet just played it beautifully, really. Like, this is the Civet's victory. And I'm going to contrast it with the very start of the series, like the beginning of everything today, with Ramdingler versus Oplex. When we get to that game and we see, you know, Ramdingler, like, you know, he's going to lose the game eventually, one way or another. But, like, you know, while he's playing, he's tenacious, he's, like, fighting, he's like, yeah, I can see how you're going to play this, I'm going to invert my advantage, I'm going to see the mistakes you make. And he's trying to, like, you know, prod Civet and, like, see what are the mistakes that Civet's going to make that I can, like, take advantage of in the next game. And Civet says, no, I'm just going to do a clean conversion and, like, absolutely destroy you. Yeah, I mean, that's a very scary place to be going into the third game.
He was able to show off that, hey, when this guy thinks he's going to win, he wins. And this is what I'm saying. It's a fantastic way to play. And also, to be honest, shows the difference between... not to rag on anyone, but the difference in quality of opposition. Ram was able to hold a very weak position in that game 1, in his semi-final, and was able to hold it for an hour to force a judge's decision. In this game, nothing from Civet suggested that he would be able to hold it. But now, chaps, we are going to be going into very, very soon the final game of the day: Ramdingler versus Civet. You took Ramdingler, I took Civet. We both said it was going to be 1-1. I think we both get props, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I mean, what's going to happen if, do we stake anything on, like, who wins this now?
Oh,
like,
we're betting? What do you want to bet?
I mean, are we?
What have you got to bet? I mean, to be honest, I do have this very fetching Polytopia hat that you can get right now in terms of merch. I'm just... You know, what price can you put on Priceless?
I don't have my Polytopia beanie on hand. You're making me very jealous right now, Leif.
That means because I mean, look, if you don't have anything like this, you need to go to the Polytopia store, maybe pick something up. Or we might have something of equivalent exchange to value. But if you want to prove yourself in this entire tournament, perhaps you have a favorite tribe that has not turned up in qualifiers yet, then if you haven't seen it, you're more than welcome to turn up. Download the game if you haven't. Maybe you're a prodigy. Maybe you're a savant. Who knows? But you yourself can get involved in this. If you think maybe actually here was how Ramdingler could have won, he should have done this and this and this, then you can do it. Next week, we have the Vengir Tribe qualifiers, and the qualification process is open right now. So we could be commentating over your game, betting on your game and maybe even meeting you in person in the Grand Finals will win Stockholm. And of course, if you haven't already, go and pick up a ticket if you don't intend to compete. It's just a fantastic event. Again, look what I got out of it. Look what I got out of it. What a fantastic event. I mean, what did you think of the event in Stockholm?
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
I was shocked by. I'm like, Sweden's so far up, right? It was like 20 degrees warmer than where I was from, and I'm like, wow, this is wonderful weather. Snowing every not every
And we went ice skating as well.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of fun things you could do. Again, they really pull out all the stops. It was a fantastic vibe. Great way to meet other members of the community. We had smoke machines, which was cool. Yeah, I mean, there was so much. In terms of presentation, a full light show. I didn't hear a single person in the after party not gush about how fantastic it was. So there is that. Now, 1-1. Who do you think takes it? Are you still sticking with Ramdingler?
See, it was very close before, and like, look how the momentum swung, right? Like, I'm just thinking about the mental thing, and like Civet, he's cold, calm, and calculated, but Ramdingler was like, passionate like that.
Yeah.
Plays on intuition and like, crushing the opposition and everything. And like, it's just like his bag of tricks isn't working anymore. So like, if it was like, 45-55 split, maybe it's flipped the other way.
Oh,
like, he's going to be very, very close.
You're abandoning your Ramdingler
Ramdingler.
You're still saying Ramdingler. I'm sticking with Civet.
Yeah.
I really think he's going to be the man to go all the way. Now, in terms of the rankings, you did say the Yadakk tribe was your favorite just because we're covering it, but pulling that aside a little bit.
Who do I think is going to win? Ooh.
Tribe. Real quick, just give me a name. No explanation.
Hoodrick.
Okay. All right. See, now if Hoodrick ends up winning, you realize you're gonna investigate it for fraud, right?
I mean, me?
Okay, this is gonna be cool. I better take my hat off because this is gonna be shown in cruel for absolute fraud. Yeah, you've influenced the betting lines, the betting lines already. Well, what do you think of the Wenger tribe, which we're going to see next week? How do you rate them in terms of Yadakk? Compare it direct, 1-1. What's your preference?
There's a lot of different ways I could prefer them. Like, I do like the Wenger skin way more. The aesthetics, the skulls, very cool. But in terms of like, Polytopia, tribe to tribe, who is going to win a game against the other one? I mean, I see more versatility in Yadakk. Wenger has like a lot of stuff going for them. Like, they can have, fantastic games, but few and far between. Wenger is interesting in that, they're disliked by every other tribe in the game. Like last year at the face-offs, they were the only tribe to go 0-2 against every other tribe they were put in competition with.
Do you think that's going to impact the players? They're just like, everyone hates me. So what you need is like a villain to come out of that, I think that'd be great. Someone just embraces the antagonist, Yeah,
I'm imagining if, Wenger makes the top 8, let's just, say it happens. Wenger, flies out with their tribe representative to the finals. They have the days, like, getting ready for the tournament and everything. Yeah. They're going to be eating lunch alone. They're not going to be playing ping pong with anyone. They're going to be having the board, like, half up, like, playing against the wall. They're going to be like, hey, guys, anyone want to play a practice game? Everyone's going to say, yeah, someone else, not you.
Yeah, I'd love to. Why? Why are you asking? Just for a bullying this poor guy who's just representing.
Not poor. They chose this.
That's fair. You're right. You're absolutely right. I apologize. You are correct. You are absolutely correct. Now, one thing I also want to say is that both Civet and Ramdingler, no matter who wins, the other one can still try and qualify. In the previous week, in the Kickoo Qualifiers, we had Big Dictator Bossman, who made it all the way to the final, who got knocked out of the quarterfinal in this qualifier. So you might start to see certain names. Le Liberateur is another one that made it all the way to the grand finals, who got knocked out in the quarterfinals last week. Viking, the cat, I believe his name is, that's another person that was tipped as a very, very good player, knocked out in quarterfinals, that we may see going forwards, in these other ones. So there's a lot of tribes left to get through. There's a lot of fun Sundays for us to have. So you might start to see similar things. Because I know that people were disappointed that Ramdingler didn't participate, or didn't make it, I suppose, all the way to the finals last time. It's worth also mentioning that He pulled out last week. He was in the quarterfinals. He went all the way and went, actually, wait, what if I go all the way as Kickoo? I don't want to play as the Kickoo tribe. Pulls out, goes as Yadakk. So it's sort of as simple as that. If you had to enter the tournament, which tribe, off the top of your head, are you diving into?
I mean, if I just said Hoodrick, like, how could I answer anything else right now?
Because, you know, it's sometimes you got to do things for the love of the game, the heart.
Imperious.
Imperious, there you go. A very strong tribe, given that Arthur, of course, won the championship. We crowned him King Arthur. There we go. But there is only going to be one king, one tribal chief of the Yadakk tribe. Ramdingler or Civet, only one of these players can represent the Yadakk tribe, and it begins now. Right, what do you think of these starts?
Wow, okay, so Ramdingler is hosting, gets that first mover going for him, and he looks like he has villages everywhere. It's just that the direction his road is pointed, straight opposite the center of the map. You love having this number of villages, this number of resources around. I mean, it looks like there has to be a village over in the west too, but it might be a little difficult. We might see a lot of the same ideas as last game, where Civet had the opening that included getting the lighthouse really early on down south. Ramdingler was able to get an early workshop with the lighthouse up there as he also grabs that village and picks up into another workshop. So very economic start. Like, look at the difference in their economies already. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, Civet should be able to close that gap a little bit. Yeah, they're both cut off by a lot of water, and Civet looks like he has more access to creating ports. I think we might be in for a longer game too here, where we've got you know, some water battles going on into the late game. Yeah,
I'll have to see if again, if the previous one. Oh, I'm sorry. More importantly, bounced back by a wayward, misfortunate mountain. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Kind of risked some on that too with not getting the upgrade on his capital beforehand. It was going to cost him a star.
And it is those early stars that do honestly really do matter, sort of setting you up in the long term. A singular explorer that goes awry can be the difference at this level between life and death, quite literally. So we'll have to see now, maybe a different story to be written by Ramdingler. Will he be the Ramdingler or the Ramdingly?
I thought it was Ramdingold.
Ramdingold.
Oh, straight into fishing. Okay, I'm assuming, yeah, road and to fish. Whoa, okay, he's gambling that he's going to pick up that west lighthouse. I mean, with fishing, he should be around the mountain.
He does get it.
There you go. Wonderful. Yeah, just a star short of any more level 3 upgrades, but maybe he could get a warrior here. Looking at a very great start. This is the same kind of, you know, giant, like 6x6 square, you know, perfect density for Ramdingler's villages. You know, connect with a very easy 4 roads, like very cheaply, get all that population. And look at the just the number of fruits and fish that he has around his capital. He doesn't even need a port, doesn't need another lighthouse. He can get straight to a giant with that. Would be on turn 6. Absolutely
very
ridiculous.
Fast. But again, it is this massive amount of water will be the deciding factor. Also, if the chat could like stop referring to it as Explorer Mogged, I'd be very appreciative.
Me too.
he got Explorer Mogged, bro.
I mean, chat, if you insist. If you insist.
If you insist. Oh, man.
Okay. So a climbing ruin for Ramdingler. He's just going to go ahead and road over to that eastern ruin now, I guess.
There you go. One into the other.
16 stars to get a giant on his capital, and he has 17 stars, so... actually, I can't count. It's 12 stars on his capital. Don't tell anyone. I didn't pass math. For kindergarten math, that is.
Everyone keep it secret.
Thank
By
you.
the way, the votes have extended Ramdingler's lead. 81% going to the final game. Believe that it's going to be a Ramdingling victory today.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and use a port to get this upgrade too. Go ahead. pick up some 5-star upgrade with that monument? Yeah, another 5 stars back. Does he just go for a road and a warrior at this point? The road gets him to that west village. Another, okay, perfect. Population ruin. This is going to put Civet right back into the game with his own counter giant. It is going to be a little slower than Rams, but going to be a little cheaper as well. Just another couple turns. I wonder how he wants to do it. With the lighthouse and 2 fruits, seems very likely you just get the lighthouse and the fruit next turn. No need to wait on getting those road connections set up. Yeah, Ram is first on the water, and once he gets that village far in the west, I assume he's going to go ahead and place a road down, skip this initial village, so that he can go for the further one. Yep, perfect. So he grabs both of those villages, and that will be his Grand Bazaar. Probably a couple of explorers as well. He's got fishing already. I think Ram's main goals are to get sailing and just get himself better established on the water. One of his problems is, look at the number of ports he can make. Only 2. I mean, Civet only has 1 city with water access right now, but that's already 4 ports. If Civet's able to just get twice as many units going in the water as Ram is, that could be big problems for him.
Well, both players getting fishing here. Like we say, it's going to be a water-based fight, this one. It's whoever can get hold of the water, it's whoever can dominate it, and most importantly, prevent their opponent from doing anything else with it. Let's see. Turn 7 giant here.
Yeah, so Civet is a little bit slower on getting his giant, of course, and some of his villages, but he does have better access to the water immediately. It's a question of, that's going to be like something that pays off late game, or it doesn't pay off, so have to see what the players make of that. He's got 6 stars, and I wonder if he just wants to get a couple of warriors right now. He's probably calculating if he can afford those warriors. He would love to get more warriors into more ports, but with these 2 cities he's about to capture next turn, he needs to buy some technologies as well. Something like sailing, maybe. He's without his beloved farming, too, it looks like. I don't think there's has there been a game where Civet hasn't gone farming?
He lacks the key agriculture.
Yeah. It's deciding, does he get border growth here? No, population. I'm assuming it's another couple of ports for the giant over on this Kickoo city. But that is maybe not the biggest deal in the world, but he has cut off his access a little bit. If it was a big advantage that he had twice the number of port spots that Ramdingler did, now he only has 1.5 times as many.
I do like the fact that neither one of them can obviously see the other, yet Ramdingler immediately putting a giant straight into the water. You know, there's that aggressive gameplay we were sort of talking about. Maybe was looking at the score and thought he had an advantage, one that has been caught up, but an incredibly similar game. I mean, look at the amount of units, look at the amount of cities, look at the amount of income, the score. It's going to be a close one. We're set up for a great final here.
Absolutely. Does it get that west lighthouse? Yes, it does. It's vision on Ramdingler for some stars. This is the first time they're meeting. On turn 8, he sees, ooh, there's a pretty inland roads. He's picking up 2 cities. It's some funky exploration. Can assume that Ramdingler spawned in the north, seeing what he does. That he can push northeast a little more safely than if Ram had been over there. Gonna see Ram, yeah, has to pick up something before capturing 2 cities, and he chooses farming for only 4 farms. But I guess that's a giant over in this west city. Is he going to pick up an explorer, or 2 explorers even? He starts off with 1 explorer, and I assume this might be his only one that he gets. Maybe a workshop on the other city, but could also get an explorer. Will pick up that south lighthouse. So he's just 1 shy of that Eye of God. And yeah, he recognizes that Civet is weak on the water here. Sorry, not on the water, on the land here. So a giant from this city over in the west, send it down on the roads and try to take that Miracle City, which is really only defended by the capital. Nothing else is close enough to really affect it. Ramdingler, yeah, doesn't quite have enough stars to get the giant right away. Would need 13 stars, but only has 12 for the giant there. A little unfortunate. But he can go ahead since he's committing himself to getting the giant over there and pick up population growth for the extra 1-star now. Yeah, how does Ram want to use his Juggernaut? I can't remember if there's any units zone of controlling him and he could potentially siege that open city. Alternatively, just get some splash damage and destroy that raft. You have to be a little worried about the potential of Houdini, especially with knowing that Civet has a population to push a giant on that city on the next turn. Ram's going to do a little bit of think, and he decides to play it safe.
Interesting from him.
Yeah, so no, there wasn't a possibility of Houdini, but not something you want to risk by any means. Like that's the whole game series, like thrown away if you mess up, especially when you're in a nice position like Ramdingler's in. So we'll see this other Juggernaut or giant from Civet turned into a Juggernaut. Civet wants to grab the villages all in the east and counter Ram's own giant, get his own navy established with getting his own Juggernauts pushing on the water. But Ram just has that initiative in his favor. Ram has something slowing him down from what he'd really like to do is counter these Juggernauts with rammers of his own. Something like that. But he needs to do first is, it seems like he's committing himself to the giant over in the west and pushing on land like that. And just getting his cities upgraded. Which is the most sensible game plan, for sure. The only problem for Ram is that he can't have everything, basically. So he's got to settle for what he can't have, which is still a very good game. So grab this ruin in the east and get a nice veteran swordsman, which should help him lock down that village over in the east, as well as that last remaining lighthouse. There's be a nice Eye of God monument in it for him in, however many cities it takes him to take an explorer on that city. So a giant pushing himself towards the ruin and getting ready to attack on land. Civet can defend with a wall or something, but it doesn't seem close to picking up shields. Or even if he could, since he's got Org, wouldn't really want to. What is Ram's decision here?
So what odds would you give sort of either player in terms of their positioning at the moment?
Ram is the one who's up on city count. He's also the one with, you know, in control of like the tempo of the game, like moving into the water before his opponent. But
very smart move, I think,
Civet
to
has a
try
lot
and
going
push
for him.
into the water that early. As when we saw him obviously create Juggernaut, move the giant into the water very, very early. Do you think that was to try and, might seem obvious, but to try and force the action into stopping Civet from taking the water from him? Like again, if you can get your units into the water, knowing you only don't have that many port spots, then going early is probably a better idea, no?
Absolutely. I mean, if it's convenient to you, just like, and you know that you have to go into the water late game, like being the first player in there is always fantastic. I mean, this was the Luxador playbook. You know, playing on small lakes. Grab a bunch of lighthouses, use the fact that your capital is upgraded quickly, and you really hope that it's connected to the water because you get that one Juggernaut, and suddenly you're in control of the pace of the whole game. And we're seeing Ramdingler use a very similar idea now. And keeping it out of the water so that he can take this village earlier. It's a bold move, but it just makes a lot of sense. Like, take all the cities you can. Like, leave them dry. And wow! Okay, so Ramdingler is under no obligation whatsoever to actually capture this city. I feel like we might see him just smack this Juggernaut. Since he's been given the opportunity to.
might as well, right?
Yeah, like he just captures the village on the next turn. It depends on how, you know, secure Ram feels that village is. And, you know, any delay he makes in capturing the city is also a delay in re-entering the water.
He also does have that that vision, whereas obviously on Civet's side of things, he doesn't exactly know what's on the other side. So Civet might be a little bit more cautious if he thinks there's a whole host of scouts there. But there we go, 12 damage to the Juggernaut. I think that's a great play, to be honest.
Yeah.
That may be one of very few mistakes that we've seen Civet make, is sort of allowing that opportunity.
No, I think for sure. I'm not sure what the idea there was. If he thought that Ram would was committed to capturing the village and he could just pick up some easy damage, or if this was the only way he saw of gaining some space for himself and that he was willing to sacrifice some health on the Juggernaut. I don't feel it was the strongest trade for him, maybe.
It does allow more time for Ram to get more of his units in the water to try and push that action early. You have to think the pendulum of momentum is swinging in favor of Ramdingler at the moment. It's now on CEST to try and respond to what is very clearly a challenge for the Yadakk leadership.
Yeah, and we're going to see this exchange here, where instead of getting a road in the west, Ram's probably planning to just take 2 roads, push the giant into the village borders over in the west anyways. The big thing is definitely still going to be the water fight. And yeah, seeing that veteran swordsman there, great vision to have. Wow, he still steps on. I can't...
Pushes for it. Nice.
Yeah, so he's stepping on just to protect his scout at this point, from the veteran swordsman. It's the only way to... he has to body block. But it seems like the warrior will go onto the animal tile, where it gets the last lighthouse Ram needs for Eye of God. Get an attack and then leave the veteran swordsman on the village there.
This is very tactical. I like this. This is my favorite game of the day. It's so fitting that it's the final match of the grand final. But what a great! I mean, you can see the thought process behind each action here, and it's pretty fantastic. 2 juggernauts in the water versus the giant. You think the giant's probably going to take a swing now versus take the city. Nice, as you predicted. Yeah.
A little lower health. We might see
Nice.
And the
Very
scout
nice.
too. Yeah, no better.
Yeah, I mean, CEST didn't have vision.
Not
You couldn't see that.
protected.
There you go. Veteran swords out west as well. That's nice.
Using the zone of control over there to keep the giant away from the city for next turn, give him another chance to defend himself.
What does he do with these ships, do you think? Oh, well, there's an answer.
Ramming. And with 10 stars, he can get 2 rammers, and he just has to go after these juggernauts.
I mean,
He
that
might want
also,
more warriors.
he lives up to his name, but that giant can just sit on that city very comfortably for now. It doesn't really have too much that can threaten it for too long. I mean, obviously, next turn, we'll see. I mean, here's the thing. That Juggernaut's not dead. The 25 one's not dead yet. And he does have, what, 3 more boats in the water that he'll have 23 stars for. We can see maybe he might start to make a play against him.
And using that Eye of God to go ahead and pick up another giant on his capital. Nice. 2 juggernauts.
Yeah, CEST can't see. CEST can't see. Let's see. He doesn't know the danger he's in. He doesn't know what's coming his way. But we do see Ramdingler now pushing on, frankly, all fronts. CEST withdrawing from Merkel, it looks like. 2 fronts, and both of them seem to be going Ramdingler's way. This is a strong showing from what appears to be, in my opinion, the People's Champion.
Absolutely. People love Ramdingler for good reason. I mean, I've heard he Explorer mogged Civet in the last game.
It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. There you go. A couple of scouts here.
Yeah, it's good to get rid of all of those rammers, especially because Ramdingler is just so limited in the number of units he's able to get in his ports. I mean, even the difference of just 1 port.
He's 100% has started to see that. Again, he's moved the giant, so the Juggernaut's moved away from the giant, and now he's got the vision to see that there is a lack of ports available to Ramdingler. He does have a strategic advantage, and frankly, he's chucking 1 unit into that tile every single turn. It's now the capital that's under threat from Ramdingler. Maybe the pendulum swings a different way here. Rammer takes out the Juggernaut. Another Juggernaut. 2 more Juggernauts into the water. Does he take the city?
Civet's making a big attack. Look at just the swing and how many scouts, rafts, everything are in the water. Ram was able to get these 2 Juggernauts. The question is, are the Juggernauts enough to keep him nice and safe? He's established a cushy position if he can get these ports set up. in the east with these 2 villages he's capturing. The question though is if. Aquatism too, he's got to defend those juggernauts as much as possible. He recognizes that defense is the only way he's keeping this position.
Yeah.
And a very fast turnover, passing the turn, not getting any time to plan.
His capital is the one that's under threat here. Frammers now going to go and attack those juggernauts, try and expose a chink in the armor, maybe a flaw in the plan. He doesn't know that that's the capital at the end of the day, but he has to make assumptions.
Yeah, he's got 6 stars left, so I'm assuming we're going to see one more rammer and then these scouts trying to pick up as much damage as possible. But it's difficult just with how, look, he's got 2 juggernauts there. The question that you're really asking if you're sitting in this position is, what am I actually sieging his capital with? Especially since he's got that perfect giant square density up there, and, you know, just trading some riders to, like, defend any warrior pushes. You need to get something more going. You need to you keep all the health on this 15 health juggernaut that you can, but it looks like it might just die next turn.
It probably will die next time, but look at every time there's a space, Civet has recognized his advantage. I mean, look, there's a threat in the west that he, frankly, he doesn't care about that. He's recognized that the water is where he has to be, and every turn the ports are full of the troops at sea. Explorer, okay. Wants to see what he potentially has hiding there. The map is revealed to him.
Archery ruin. The defensive around his capital, if anything were to happen there, just got
great push.
A little easier.
Fantastic push there. Fantastic push there. Sends them back again now. Momentum back to Ramding. This is a fantastic final fight, eh?
They're swinging.
I know. It's
like
one and
two
the other.
champion boxers.
It's crazy. We're seeing Ramding on his turn claim pole position. I like defend his city perfectly. Siege down the west. Then it's Civet's turn. Civet puts units into the water, takes advantage of his advantages, makes sure he has numerical superiority. But now that might start to come to a close. He cannot defend the west as effectively. And there it is. There it is. The Yadakk champion is Ramdingler. Ramdingler going to the tribal face-off. Ramdingler one step closer to $10,000 live in Stockholm. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champion. As you predicted, it is Ramdingler. So tell me, did that go how you expected it to?
I mean, it was back and forth. Like, absolutely wild series. Like, I was kind of expecting, you know, something crazy to happen. Like, expecting the unexpected, as it were. Like, I don't know what's going on in these players' minds. Like, they're going to surprise me in some ways. But, like, it was very pleasant kinds of surprises all throughout. Like, just seeing how they think, like, the best of the best in action.
Again, right at the end there, back and forth. There was a moment Ramdingler looked like his capital was a little bit under threat. Manages to put the juggernauts into the water. Civet responds as best he can. Puts his own troops into the sea. Ramding responding with a giant out west as well. 2 juggernauts push forward ramming. Fantastic end. Could not ask for better from both of these players. I mean, Yadakk with Ramdingler. Ramdingler is going to the tribal face-off. We have our 2. We can see the bracket here. We can see the journey that he has taken. 2-0 against Ducks. 2-1 against Oplex with a reverse sweep. And now, Ramdingler, 2-1 against Civet. If maybe I'm misremembering here, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's another reverse sweep from what can only be described as a mentality giant right in front of us. Absolutely phenomenal work.
I mean, hats off, kudos to Ramdingler. I'm really excited to see how he's going to do at the face-off, of course. And this was, you know, his tribe of choice. Showed up for Kickoo and then just decided going to try something else. No more opportunities for that. Locked in with Yadakk now.
There it is.
I have to see the other tribes too.
I mean, we'll have a chat about them in a second. Let's not forget that the Kickoo tribe was last week. The Yadakk tribe this week. Next week is going to be the Vengir tribe. We have a lot of qualifiers to go. A lot of great players to watch play. Again, Meisterlampe, our second player to so far fail to qualify, despite being in the finals last year. You know, it just goes to show the talent pool is so large. Now, do I think for a second that we're going to see these players give up? No, I mean, Civet included. They can try and qualify with a different tribe. And again, it just means that we have the cream of the crop. And any second now, we're going to go over the next tribe for next week. One that you said no one liked. So take me through what we could expect from next week in terms of the Vengir.
I mean, the one thing you have to know about the Vengir tribe is that they start off every game with a powerful swordsman. Just having access to this kind of thing early on makes them kind of a menace on like the smaller maps. And we are playing on the second smallest map settings in the game. We've seen it here even with like one of the games with Oplex Frame Dingler. How quickly like things can go bad if you're not prepared for this kind of aggression. And in these Vengir qualifiers, Vengir against Vengir, before we get into face-offs or anything, just seeing that kind of early aggression, like low economy, very tactical games, like every movement matters. The difference in where you position a single tile is like difference between life and death. So they're very exciting games to play, very high adrenaline, but it's just difficult, like watching, like playing, like just like your heart rate's just like elevated, like oh my god, what's gonna happen next?
Well, I look forward to casting that next week. But there we have it. We have Livin McLovin for the Kickoo tribe. We have Ramdingler for the Yadakk tribe. And maybe it could be you for the Vengir tribe. Again, qualifiers are open. These are open qualifiers. You could be within a shot of leading your tribe to victory and, of course, the grand prize in Stockholm. But that has been a fantastic day of Polytopia action from us. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next week for the next set of qualifiers. Goodbye.